I think we can start. So this is the third day in our final hearing. In this case, Michael Anthony Lichin against the Dominican Republic. And now we have the examination of the witness, Adrian Lichin. Good morning, Mr. Lichin.
Good morning, Dr. Arroyo. Good morning, Dr. Polo, Dr. Leafley. Pleasure to see all of you again.
Hi, thank you. You have the statement you must say as a witness before you, Mr. Lichin.
Yes, sir.
Can you read it?
I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. There is no unauthorized person present in the room with me, and I cannot communicate with anyone else during my testimony. I further declare that I have not attended, watched the recording, or read transcripts of this hearing prior to this moment.
Okay, thank you. As you surely know, first of all, Mr. Richard Lorenzo will make some few questions to you, and then you will have the cross-examination conducted by the lawyers of the Dominican Republic. Okay, so Mr. Lorenzo, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Actually, Mr. Adrian Lichin will be in better hands today. He'll be with my partner, Maria Eugenia Ramirez, who will be presenting Mr. Lichin and defending him this morning. Thank you, sir.
Perfect. Mrs. Ramirez, please.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Lichin. Can you please state your full name for purposes of the record?
Adrian Christopher Lichin.
In front of you, Mr. Lichin, you will find a copy of your fact witness declaration that was filed by claimant in this case and that was identified as proof C-122. Can you please take a few seconds to review a copy of this witness declaration?
Yes.
Can you please let us know if you recognize this fact witness declaration?
Going through it. I do recognize it.
Thank you. Was this fact witness declaration executed by you?
It was, yes.
Thank you. At this time, do you have any revisions or any corrections that you would like to make to your fact witness declaration?
No, I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Lichin. Members of the arbitral tribunal, at this time, claimant tenders Mr. Lichin so that he can be cross-examined by respondents' attorneys. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Mr. Lichin. I'm Fernando Tupa, one of the lawyers that represent the Dominican Republic in this case, and I'll be in charge of your cross-examination. As you may know, I'll ask you a few questions relating to your witness statement. As counsel has pretty sure explained to you, we have limited time, so I would appreciate it if you could just give me some specific answers to the questions that will be posed to you. If you need to provide further clarifications, you'll have the opportunity to do so during redirect examination from your counsel. Whenever necessary, I will show you certain documents that will be able to see on your screen and during the course of this cross-examination. So to start, let me ask you, did you write your witness statement yourself?
I had meetings with Hogan Lovells whereby they captured my story in the template that would be submitted, and I amended the statement many times. I've revised it. And once I was very comfortable with it, then I signed the document.
Were there any edits or suggestions made by counsel?
No, there were not.
Which document did you review in preparation of your witness statement?
In preparation of my witness statement, I reviewed documents that I had on my computer.
Did you review the draft of claimant's statement of claim?
Our statement of claim sent when?
Well, your witness statement was attached to claimant's statement of claim, right? So if you review the draft of that brief
No.
when you're drafting a witness statement.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Hold on.
And in preparation for today's oral testimony, did you review respondent's counter memorial and rejoinder?
I counter memorial on the rejoinder. I don't recall that.
And did you review respondent's witness declarations?
I have not seen the witness declarations of the respondent.
Okay. After submitting your witness statement, as you know, respondents submitted 2 briefs in this arbitration and submitted witness declarations. Did you consider submitting a reply witness statement?
The witness statement that I submitted is the only one that I have confirmed and authorized.
Did you talk to your father about the testimony he gave yesterday?
No, I did not.
Okay. Well, let's start with your CV. So I have some questions about your role in Lajun. According to your CV, you have been Lajun's general manager since September 2016, correct?
That is correct formally, yes.
Okay, because you say that although you became general manager in 2016, you were always heavily involved in the project and that you were involved in all the main decisions regarding the execution of the project, correct?
No, I was not involved in the execution of the decisions of the project. I was on the periphery, but none of my, I was not in charge of executing or executing any of that.
You said, okay, but you said in paragraph 42 of your witness statement, beginning, I mean, if you can just show it to the witness, yeah, 42. Beginning in 2012, I frequently travel and lived in the Dominican Republic for extended periods, and I was involved in all the main decisions regarding the execution of the project, right?
I wasn't involved in all the decisions, but I was involved in the macro.
The main decisions, perfect. Do you speak Spanish, Mr. Lichin?
No, I do not.
Okay. On paragraph 2 of your witness statement, you state that you have a BA with a major in economics from the University of Western Ontario, correct?
That is correct.
You also state in the same paragraph that you are an alumni at Harvard Business School, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You're a Harvard alumni because you undertook a program whose acronym is PLD 25, correct?
The Program for Leadership Development, which enabled me to get the alumni status. Yeah.
Okay. You started your professional career at AIC.
Excuse me, this is the English court reporter. There's someone's audio is breaking through and it's covering up the audio for the hearing I need to hear. Someone's mic is open. Thank you. I'm sorry, sir. You have to restate your last question.
You are a Harvard alumni. I can ask you again. You are a Harvard alumni because you undertook a program whose acronym is PLD 25, correct?
I am an alumni of Harvard Business School because I took the program of leadership development and I completed all of the stages necessary for that.
Okay. You started your professional career at IAC Limited, now IAC Global Holdings Inc., an investment firm, correct?
I started my career at AIC, yes.
you also mentioned in paragraph 2 of your witness statement that you have experience in operating and managing businesses, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's move on now. I'll show you, Mr. Lichin, a portion of an interview that you gave to Dominican television on 1 November 2016, that you actually referred to this interview in paragraph 63 of your witness statement. This is R12 for the record. Please we'll just show you a portion and then we'll ask you a question. Please.
Lahun is owned jointly by local investors and foreign investors.
Lahun es propiedad de inversionistas locales e internacionales.
The foreign investors which I represent is a private equity fund.
Los inversionistas extranjeros que yo represento es un fondo de fondos para inversión.
Un fondo de inversión.
De inversión.
Sí. It is one of the largest private equity funds in Latin America.
Uno de los principales fondos de inversiones en América Latina.
And we focus heavily on energy and renewable energy investments.
Y nos focalizamos grandemente en energía y energía renovable.
So you indicated there that Lahun was owned jointly by local and foreign investors, and that you represented the foreign investor, which was a private equity fund, one of Latin America's largest private equity funds, with a focus on energy and renewable energy investments, correct?
This is a private investment. I'm going to clarify now, a private investment that is solely owned by my father.
But that's not what you told so you lied to to the people in your interview?
I did not lie. That was a misstatement by me. I was on live television for my first time, and to be honest, I had misspoken then.
Mr. Lichin, you were heavily involved in this project since the beginning, and you were, as you told us before, you have been working in IAC Limited since you started your professional career, and now IAC Global Holdings, which is an investment firm. So I think you're very familiar with the structure. I mean, you were the general manager at that point of Lahun, right? So I assume you knew who was the owner of Lahun.
The owner of Lahun is Michael Lichin and is no fund. It's my father who is the sole investor. I had misspoken and I'm clarifying it now.
Okay, so when you said that the Lahun was owned by a foreign investor, which was a private equity fund, that was a mistake. That's your testimony today.
I'm clarifying it now that Michael Lichin, my father, is the only investor in Lahun.
My question was very simple. I'm asking you if when you said that the foreign investor that you represented was a private equity fund, because that's what you said, we just saw it, it was a mistake, wasn't it?
That was a mistake.
And why during national television you had to make that statement if it was not true?
Again, I had misspoken.
Okay. Let's move on. A few moments ago, you confirmed that you do not speak Spanish, right?
I do not speak Spanish.
But you mentioned in footnote 1 of your witness statement that you were informed of the terms of the concession contract prior to your father's investment, correct?
Could you please repeat that?
Yeah, you said in footnote 1, I mean, we can show it to you, footnote 1 of your witness statement, that you were informed of the terms of the concession contract prior to your father's investment, correct?
Yes.
Did your local partner, Mr. Asilis Elmudesi, inform you of the terms of the concession contract?
The terms of the concession contract were informed to me by A to Z, by our lawyers, Langa and Abinader.
Okay.
And also, I would use software, it's called Sistran, to translate these documents so I could have my own version that I could interpret.
And you were also, I assume, informed about the terms of the contracts concluded with the municipalities, right? The service contracts with the municipalities.
Likewise.
Okay. In paragraphs 18 and 19 of your witness statement, you discuss certain provisions of the concession contract. Let's go to English translation of Article 4 of the concession contract, which is R6 for the record. That's English PDF pages 5 and 6, Spanish page 12. You can go to the English. And that article, you can just read it. It's called Economic Consideration. If you want, you can just take a moment and read it for yourself.
Okay. I've read it.
You read it? Okay. Just one question, Mr. Chin. Do you have a copy of your witness statement with you?
I do.
Okay. You don't have any other notes, right? You only have a question of your witness. You only have a copy of your witness statement.
I have a copy of the witness statement and the exhibits that are attached to it.
Okay. Okay. So this article states that the ASDN authorizes La Jun to charge users a fee for the deposit of waste in the Duquesa landfill, correct?
It authorizes us to do numerous things. It allows us to charge a tipping fee, as you can see there. It also gives us the right to increase that tipping fee over time with the best efforts help of Santo Domingo North. It also says that part of that tipping fee and the revenues earned are supposed to be shared with the ASDN. So it was as though we were business partners in this agreement.
I understand what you said in your witness statement. I want you to focus on my questions first. It states here that the ASDN authorizes La Jun to charge users a fee for the deposit of waste in the Duquesa landfill, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Are you aware that the fee of approximately $2 per ton was the one offered by La Jun during the bidding process?
I was not involved with the bidding process of the original contract.
Yes, but when you bought, or when your father, you say, bought La Jun, I assume you were aware that the $2 that is actually in the contract was the fee that was offered by La Jun during the bidding process. You knew that, don't you?
I see on this contract that it says $2 per ton.
Okay. You're also aware that La Jun entered into service contracts with different municipalities, setting forth the fee that each of those municipalities would pay, right?
Those municipal contracts, those other contracts, had a tipping fee. They also had a very similar provision on the tipping fee increase over time.
But they had different tipping fees, right? Each one had their own, let's say, set their own fee, each of those contracts. They have different, right? You have different contracts with different fees.
I would have to look at those contracts. However, I do know that they did authorize a tipping fee and also a tipping fee increase if my costs vary by, say, 5 or 10%, or on a schedule biannually or annually.
Well, just to refresh your recollection, you remember in the interview that we just saw, you acknowledged that in that local TV program that rates vary significantly between those municipalities. Do you remember that?
I do recall, yes.
Okay. So what I was just saying is like that, right? I mean, these contracts, the fees under these contracts vary significantly. They have very different fees. Each contract had its own fee, right?
Each contract had, I would have to look at the contracts, but on average, we were paid about $2.50, I believe, on a weighted average basis.
For the record, and so we have a common understanding, I will be referring to the fee of approximately $2 set forth in the concession contract as tarifa referencia, which is the terminology that respondent has been using to refer to that fee, and to the fee set forth in the service contract with the municipalities as tarifas de volcado, which is the terminology that respondent has been using to refer to those fees. In the following questions, I will pose to you now. Let's go to Article 4.9 of the concession contract. And actually, in paragraph, if we just go to paragraph, yeah, well, you just referred to this before. We can probably go to paragraph 19 as well of your witness statement, where you said, the concession contract is R6, by the way, for the record. The paragraph 19 of your witness statement, where you said the concession contract obliged the ASDN to use its best efforts to assist Lajun in negotiating the tipping fee to be paid by the other municipalities, right?
That is what my statement says.
Yes. Did your Dominican counsel explain to you what best efforts under Dominican law mean?
Well, what I understand is that whenever our fees varied by 5% or biannually, the ASDN would be using their best efforts basis to help us achieve that increase. So we could be a sustainable economic and environmental business. However, what I saw was their worst efforts basis. It was so bad where I believe we had to send a cease and desist letter because they were just sending negative inferences in the press about us. This contract also gives us an exclusive right to develop recycling and the waste to energy project. So this contract laid a very good foundation for our project.
Yes, but that was not my question, Mr. Ricci. My question was, did your, very interesting, but what I want to know is, did your Dominican counsel explain to you what best efforts under Dominican law mean? That was my question.
Objection, Mr. Chairman, to the extent that he's asking for attorney privileged communications. Objection.
I'm not asking for that. I'm sorry. I'm just asking if counsel explained to him. I'm not saying that he tell me what was the actual recommendation.
Objection rejected.
Okay. My counsel in Dominican Republic, are you referring to Langa Abinader, the ones that helped us with the legal due diligence?
Okay, so they explained to you. That's what I want to know. If they explained to you what best efforts meant under Dominican law.
Not to my recollection.
They did not. Okay. The tarifa de referencia was not increased in any of the 4 addenda to the concession contract, nor in the settlement agreements 1 and 2, correct?
From what I recall, I don't believe that there was an increase in the revenues.
No, I'm talking about the tarifa de referencia, the reference fee of Article 4 of the concession contract.
Reference fee, I would have to look at the statements, but I don't believe that they were increased.
Okay. In your witness statement, you acknowledge that the tarifa de referencia, or reference fee, the way I'm calling it, was very low, correct?
It was, yes. And it's not only me who acknowledges that it was low, it was also the Dominican government that acknowledged that it was low. And so the ASDN, they acknowledge in their agreement, the Acuerdo Transaccional, that we were getting less than 50% of what it actually cost for us to operate the facility. So it's not just me who's saying it, it's also the ASDN in their return document, and also an international expert by the name of JICA, and similarly, also the Ministry of Environment. Everyone had acknowledged this. It was also in the press that this was the case.
Well, now that you mentioned the Ministry of Environment, let's look at Exhibit C7. That's the correspondence with the Ministry of Environment. let's look at English page 1, Spanish page 1. In paragraph 53, we can probably show you also paragraph 53 of your witness statement. You
Mr.
mentioned,
Tupa, I apologize. When you show him
Yes.
the document, can you please show him the version in Spanish before you show him the translation so that he can put the documents in context? Thank you so much.
Sure, yeah, no problem. I'll do that. The thing is, I'll first refer to him to his witness statement so he can confirm, and then we'll go back to the document and he can see both versions. No problem. First, let's go to your witness statement, paragraph 53. There you say, you mentioned this exhibit C7 that we're gonna look at in a moment. And you said what you mentioned is it's a communication by the Ministry of Environment from October 30, 2015, right? And you claim that in that letter, the ministry confirmed that a tipping fee of $5 at minimum was necessary for La Junta to properly manage and operate Duquesa, correct?
That is what my statement says.
Perfect. Okay. So now, yes, let's go to C7. We can see first the Spanish version. That's the Spanish version. And now we are going to look at the English translation. And there we see that in that letter, it says, we can read it. We kindly inform you that in February 2014, the solid waste policies issued by the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources established a fee starting at $5 per deposited ton to promote new pavement cultures and begin to rearrange a budget structure to manage the final disposal of municipal solid waste, as well as reducing sanitary indicators and contributing to environmental protection. It says that, right? That paragraph. I'm just focusing on that paragraph.
Okay, yes, that's what
Yep.
is on the document.
Perfect. In a letter that you sent to the municipalities on 20 September 2016, that's C38, you mentioned that October 30, 2015 letter. We can show him the Spanish version first, and then we can go to the English translation, page 1. And there on page 1 of the translation, you will see that you explain to the municipalities that similarly, I'm just focusing on that paragraph, similarly, in a communication dated October 3rd, 2015, see attached document, the Ministry of Environment of our country stated that for the proper management of solid waste in our country, the municipalities must pay at least $8.14 for each ton dumped in the landfills, still far from the actual cost. In addition, these costs shall increase each year based on annual inflation. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. This exhibit does not, I mean, we can just go through back to the Spanish just to show him the exhibit that's the exhibit of, its claimant's exhibit, does not have the letter that you mentioned attached to it. It says attachment, but it doesn't have the letter attached. It's just other letters. And then, but you're referring to the same October 3rd, 2015 letter that we have just reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just to be clear, in the October 30, 2015 letter that was submitted in the record of this arbitration as a C7, that's the letter that we saw before, the Ministry of Environment mentioned the tipping fee required was $5 and not $8.14, correct?
The 8.14 is the price that we were charging our private users. It was also a price or a cost that was established by our internal management before I became the general manager. I can see that there is a difference there, and it seems as though there was obviously a typo between the $5 and the $8.14. It's
Important time policy. But let's go back. So, but that's not what you said. I mean, I understand that according to your own budget, you might have thought that that was the fee. But what you said in your letter, if we go back to the letter, that you were going to attach, but there is no attachment to that letter that you sent to them to the municipalities. It says, in a communication dated October 3rd, 2015, the Ministry of Environment stated that for the proper management of solid waste, the municipalities must pay at least 8.14. You were saying what the ministry supposedly said. You were not saying that that was your own assessment, correct?
Again, this is clearly, I'm clarifying it now, that 8.14 is the cost that our management had determined, and it was the rate that we were charging our private users. The Ministry of Environment sent a letter to Lahoon stating that $5 was the cost, but there are also many different costs, including JICA, that mention around $8.09, or I believe 9 cents or so.
I understand, but this is a very specific statement, Mr. Lichin. I mean, I understand your position, but you're saying here that the ministry said that amount, and that's not what the ministry said in its letter. I'm just asking you that question. Could you confirm that that's not the amount that
Objection, objection, Mr. Chairman, asked and answered.
I don't think the witness answer my question, but
Mr. Tupac, can you refresh the question? You cannot question and answer at the same time.
okay.
Yes, you made the questions and the answers are for the witness.
Okay, I just wanted a confirmation from the witness that this amount 8.14 is not the amount stated in the letter from the Ministry of Environment of October 30, 2015. Is that the amount, Mr. Lichin?
As I had said, $8.14 was the cost that my previous management had determined. The $5 was through a letter sent to us by the Ministry of Environment. I don't know how much clearer I can put it past you, but this clearly it was a typo. Okay,
let's move on. And does the Ministry of Environment mention anything related to inflation in this letter? In the prior letter, sorry, you say here that the cost will increase based on inflation, and let's go to the prior letter. That's C7. Does it say anything on inflation here?
Based on the concessions that we had with the municipalities, there is a price increase based on our costs, and inflation would be a part of our costs. So it's implicit in the tipping fee, and the tipping fee increase that the state had agreed to help us on a best efforts basis that they would achieve. And that was never done. We tried as hard as we could. This letter from September 20th was the first of over 27 letters that I sent to the municipalities, and I never got a response from them. So
we'll refer to these letters in a moment. You could just bear with me. We'll go through all that. Did Lahoon try to negotiate an increase of the tarifa de referencia with the ASDN in 2014, 15, or before September 2016?
I do know that management was told to increase the tipping fees as it has been represented to us in these contracts, also verbally by the government. Did they ever get the tipping fee increase? I don't believe so. Did they action it? Clearly in this letter, the Ministry of Environment is sending to us in response to a letter that was sent to the Ministry of Environment. It's evident that we had tried to get the tipping fee increase.
So you say, I mean, do you know whether the documents proving such efforts were submitted in the record of this arbitration?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch
well, I'm asking you if you know whether the documents proving such efforts of negotiations to increase the tarifa de referencia with the ASDN in 2014, 15, or before September 2016 were submitted into the record of this arbitration? Are there documents proving such efforts? That's my question.
I submitted every document that I had on hand. I do not recall.
Okay. I haven't seen any, but if you don't have them, I mean, we requested them, and I assume your answer is right. Did La Jun try to negotiate tarifas de referencia with the municipalities in 2014, 15, or before September 2016?
I was not a manager then. I was not the CEO or the CFO or the COO, so I would not be able to answer that to you.
Well, but once you took over, did you see any documents proving efforts trying to negotiate that? The tarifa revolcada I'm referring to with the municipalities, right?
I didn't have the communications from our management to the respective municipalities.
So just to confirm, so you haven't seen any efforts requesting an increase in that period before you became general manager?
There were efforts to increase it. Clearly, this is sent to us in response to one of those efforts. That's why it says, "Dear La Jun Corporation, we hereby respond to your communication dated October 30th, 2015, where you asked, what is the fee to be paid for the final disposal of waste in municipal, public, or private landfills?"
Yes, but that's a letter from the Ministry of Medio Ambiente. I'm asking you if you sent any letters to the municipalities requesting an increase of the tarifas de volcado during that period. Are there any letters? I mean, I haven't seen them, but if you have them, are there any letters?
Again, I became the general manager in September of 2016. I did not send any letters, me personally, before that time.
And you're not aware that anyone else sent any letter then as well, and any of those letters?
I don't have that information on hand, and I do not recall.
Okay.
But I'm sure that that the same sort of efforts going to the Ministry of Environment would have been done with the municipalities, considering that our contracts were with the municipalities.
There was a document production request on that, and no documents were produced by claimant. So I assume your assumption is probably wrong. In paragraph 20 of your witness
Objection,
statement,
Your Honor. I mean, Mr. Chairman, there is no need for hyperbole or additional comments from Mr. Tupa.
Mrs. Ramirez, as I mentioned yesterday, the statement the lawyers that do during the cross-examination are in the record, and the tribunal will take or not them according to the relevance of the comments. I understand your point, and I ask you, Mr. Tupa, to avoid this kind of comments, but in general, Mrs. Ramirez, you don't need to worry about this.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
okay, I'll move on, no problem. In paragraph 20 of your witness statement, you acknowledge that you were aware that the Jun's contracts with the municipalities were either expired or about to expire, and that this situation provided you with more avenues to negotiate more favorable tipping fees, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And in paragraph 15, actually, of your witness statement, 56, sorry, we can just show it here. You mentioned that you personally assessed the status of each of La Jun's contracts with the municipalities and determined that they had either expired or were about to expire, right?
I did look at the contracts. I also had my chief operating officer look at the contracts. That was my conclusion, that they were expiring and about to expire. And because they were about to expire, we didn't want to create a crisis in terms of there not being a destination for solid waste to go to in Santo Domingo. And so that is why we used our best efforts to let the municipalities know well ahead of time that they were expired, and we need to avoid an environmental or a health crisis. So we need to come back to the table and negotiate a rational price for the tipping fee. And unfortunately, I never got a response from the municipalities.
We will review all the record on that. You just let me go step by step. You have opportunity to go. We'll go through all those steps. These contracts are all in Spanish, correct?
These contracts were in Spanish.
With the municipalities, okay. So did someone translate those contracts to you?
These contracts were reviewed by our legal team. They were also reviewed by our local partner. They were reviewed by my chief operating officer, and they were reviewed by myself. I would take these contracts and I would run them through optical character recognition software. And after doing that, I would run it through a program called Sistran, which is over a 40-year-old software that has been used since the Apollo-Soyuz mission for the Russians and the United States to communicate. It's used by Lufthansa, Deloitte, Swiss Post, a lot of big companies and agencies. So I was fairly confident, based on the mosaic of sources that I had, that I would be able to understand and validate what these contracts meant.
So instead of negotiating the increase of the tarifas de volcado under the relevant agreements with the municipalities, you waited for the contract with the municipalities to expire and then sought to renegotiate new tarifas de volcado, right?
Well, as it says here, in late 2016 is when I became the general manager.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was responsible for the organization. Whatever happened before then, I was not the general manager. So I couldn't create the strategy and execute it, and then and advocate for it. It's not something that I could have done.
So when your position there was that the municipality should either pay the fee you asked for, that is $8.4 per ton, or that they should deposit their waste somewhere else. That is what you said in the interview that you gave to the Dominican television, right?
At that time, in my letters to the municipalities, all I wanted to do is rationalize the price. What that price was not identified. I let the municipalities understand what our costs were, and and we could have a gradual increase in that price in many of my communications. I never used the $8.14 as something that was an absolute. It was just a trajectory of where the tipping fee should be going, but I never made an ultimatum. That is not a way that we do business.
Okay, well, let's look at Exhibit C38, that's correspondence from Nahun with the municipalities of September 20, 2016. Let's look at Spanish 4 and English page 3. This is the letter that you sent to the municipalities in September 2016. And there it says, we hope you can make this necessary adjustment. And if you cannot afford the new rates, we suggest that you make a cost-benefit analysis of what the transportation and final disposal in another landfill implies, since we will be forced not to renew the contract next year under the current rates. Do you see that?
I do see this.
Okay. In October 2016, you resent those letters to the municipalities asking for for an increase in the tarifas de volcado again, right? That's C39. You can just go to the exhibit.
At that point, I did not get a response from my September 20th letter. So I had to resend some letters.
Okay. All these letters are written in Spanish. Did you write these letters, Mr. Lichin?
I would draft these letters and then I would send them to my chief operating officer to translate it. Did I translate it before? I believe so. And then I sent it to him for convenience. But most of these letters would have been drafted by me and, excuse me, and then they would be translated by my chief operating officer, and then they would be sent around to be additionally validated by our local partner, and that would usually be the process.
Okay. And in them, you request an increase of the tarifa de volcado and suggested $6. I mean, we're just looking at C38, sorry. You could just go and you can look at that before. Yeah. There it is, just the paragraph before that one. I think it's page 3, where we have the numbers. The one in light of the above, that's part. You request an increase of the tarifa de volcado and suggested a $6 fee for 2017 and 18, and 8.14 fee as of January 2019, right? That's what you're saying there.
This was a suggestion to gradually increase the rate. Again, it was numbers that we put there based on our costs and a trajectory to where we would like to go. Did I, at any point during this time, close my facilities? No, I did not. And at that point, our contracts were expired with Distrito Nacional, I believe, which accounts for 60% of the volumes and our revenues. And so that's good.
In that letter, you mentioned that Lajun's operational costs, you just mentioned that, needed to be updated, right? We can go to the paragraph that we kindly refer, yes. The one, page 1, yes. We kindly refer to the urgent need, that paragraph there.
Our operational costs were already very high. The costs are the cost. What needed to be updated was the tipping fee.
Yes, but what you said there is that needed to be there because you say that the operational costs, so you say the operational costs were high. So you mean that the tipping fee did not cover your operational costs? That's what you meant?
Our tipping fee did not cover our operational costs. And this, again, was not only confirmed by me, but it was confirmed by the Ministry of Environment's communication to Lajun. It's confirmed by JICA, and it's confirmed in the public media. It's confirmed by the advisor to the president. I believe his name is Roberto Castillo Tio. So there were numerous examples and that said and confirmed and validated this. Now, if I cannot trust the words of the officials of the state and also what is in the contracts in Lajun with regards to the adjustment of the tipping fee over time, if I can't trust that, then I don't think anyone should trust contracts that are written in the Dominican Republic.
Well, let's move on. Let's look at what your experts, EAF, Mr. Kazmarek, and the firm EAF, you probably know this. They submitted 2 expert reports in this case. And let's look at the second report, Exhibit C163. That's Table 7. If we can just show that to you, we can make it enlarge that a little bit. That Table 7, that would be great. So we can look at the numbers. Yeah. Okay. So there you can see that from 2014 to December 2016, Lajun income was higher than its costs, right? You can see that's from your own expert. Total revenues and expenses. And you can look at 2014, 15, 16, and in all of them, your total revenues were higher than the costs, right?
I know that our costs were so high that we constantly had to be sending money down to the Dominican Republic. And I don't know if that is reflected in the revenue figure. What I know is that our cash flows, which is different than revenues, were significantly hemorrhaging, I must say.
Oh, Mr. Lichin, these are Lajun's actual cash flows. This was prepared by your own expert. And their total revenues, it tells you there, if you see above, revenues from different sources, from government ways, private ways, recycling, other income, their total revenues, and then you have the expenses. And you can see in that table that for 2014, 15, and 16, your expenses were lower than your revenues. That's a fact, and that's from your own expert. Do you see that?
I see that our revenues are higher than our expenses. However, we had capital costs, which aren't reflected in the expenses, and we had to send cash, which are not reflected in the revenues.
Okay, but just to confirm, this table is based on your financial statements. It's not made up by your expert as well. This is based on your financial statements. So those are the numbers of your financial statements. You're aware of that, right?
I did not come up with this table, so I cannot validate it.
Okay. And also this table also shows that the operational costs incurred by Lajun in 2015 and 16 actually decreased, right? From 2015 to 2016, they decreased.
Again, I am not an accountant. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what your point is. I see that it says that there, but I do know that we had various statements that were sent to us, and I know based on experience that our cash flows were hemorrhaging and our expenses were extraordinarily high. And this is not only validated by me, it's validated by the government, and it's validated by the fact that we constantly had to be sending money from my father's account in order to subsidize the operation of Duquesa.
Let's go to Exhibit R97. That's the operational cost and final disposal analysis. That was published in May 2017 by the Comisión Interinstitucional sobre Costos. We can go on page 1 of the English translation, that's page 7 of the Spanish. The Comisión concluded that the real operational cost of Duquesa that operated, you can see there, that operated as an open air dumping with machinery use was $2.48 ton, right?
Mr. Tupa, I apologize again for the interruption. Is it possible to just take a few minutes to show Mr. Lichin the document in Spanish? It just moves so quickly, and then the translation, please. Thank you so much.
Yes, no problem. Yes, definitely. Let's show first the Spanish. That's sorry, it's page 7 in the Spanish of the PDF. There, yes, that's the one. Para el tipo de disposición. Okay. Well, yeah, in short, I think that's we see it's. Not sure if it's that one, but yeah. You see it's 2.48, right?
Could you please go to the English?
And go to the English, yeah, exactly. I'll go to English now. You can read it there. Those are the 2 paragraphs I was referring to. That's what the technical commission determined, right?
This, our costs are much higher than $2.48. This has been validated by the same JICA institution. $2.48 is what we were getting paid on average. And I'm not sure if that's what it means. I didn't write this report, so I can't validate it for you.
Okay, what I'm just showing you is that it said here that the technical commission determined, I'm sure you are aware of this, as of 2017, the final disposal of waste in Duquesa is in the form of open air dumping with machinery use, because that's how Duquesa was operating, and that the value was 2.48 per ton. We can see below in the following paragraph, it says, for the type of disposal at Duquesa, the commission determines that the operational cost is 2.48, and the cost in the form of a landfill, which Duquesa was not, following the master plan, GCA bid results in $6.04 per ton. It is understood that in the GCA bid project, the waste disposal cost of 8.01, when the cost of capital amounting to 1.97 ton is added. So the fee of 8.1 was the appropriate fee for a landfill, including cost of capital, but that was not the status of Duquesa in 2017, right?
This JICA report says a cost of what it should be in the region is $20.43. The cost to operate an open air landfill is much higher than $2.48.
That's what the commission said, and that's your word. Let's move on to paragraph 67 of your witness statement. You state in paragraph 67, we're there, that on November 9, 2016, you met with the Dominican Republic's president and you gave him some materials. If we could go to C43, that's the package of materials that you said you gave to the president, and you refer in your witness statement. We can see the Spanish and the English. On the English, that's English page 1, Spanish page 5. You can just show him the Spanish first. That it says Duquesa landfill operating cost budget for 1 year of operations. The total amounts, we can now go to the English, I assume, so that he can understand that better. Okay, we only have the number there, the total, but I represent to you that's what it comes from the prior Spanish version. The total sum amounts to 455 million Dominican pesos. That's what the Duquesa landfill operating cost budget for 1 year of operation in that document says, right?
What I understand is the $8.14 is the cost to satisfy our operations.
Yeah, and that was not my question. My question is if in this document, I mean, I haven't still made questions on these. I'm just asking you here in this document that you gave to the president, it says that the total, the Duquesa landfill operating cost budget for 1 year of operation, the total amount it states there is 455 million, approximately 455 million Dominican pesos, right?
These financial figures, you would have
Yes.
to ask my chief financial officer about. I understand that our costs are much higher, and in this report, it concludes around $8.14.
Okay, well, I represent to you that that's the number that it stays there, and that's your exhibit. It's and it's actually mentioned in your witness statement. This exhibit is C43. So let me represent to you, Mr. Lichin, that if we use the exchange rate adopted by EAB, your expert, that amounts to $9,772,160 if we using the exchange rate at the time and that the exchange rate that your expert uses. We can now go back to table 7 of your expert, EAB second report, C163, English translation page, English page is 32 of the report. And the sum that we see there for 2016 is 2 million, that's in US dollars, 2,000,000 $875,531. That sum, the sum that we just saw before, that you said were your operating costs, is more than 3 times the cost that Lajun incurred in 2016, right?
Could you please go back to it?
Yes. If we go back to the prior one, that amount, 455 million, if we use the exchange rate used by your expert, EF, in US dollars, because that's in Dominican pesos, that is $9,772,160. So $9.7 million. If we go to the expenses for 2016, that's based on the financial statements of your company that your experts submitted in this arbitration, it says that the expenses for 2016 were $2.8 million. So that's more, what you have in that document is more than 3 times that the cost Lajun incurred in 2016, right?
The letter that we sent to the President of Dominican Republic stated our cost to be $8.14.
Well, I'm talking about the total cost. You're talking about a tipping fee. I'm talking about the total cost of your company.
I'm talking about the cost. The costs are $8.14. We wanted a tipping fee that would at least pay for our cost. And that's where we were going with that.
Okay, I'm just trying to find a justification because I see what I'm showing you, and I just wanted to know if you agree with me. Then, I mean, you, according to your witness statement, you gave that package of information, those materials to the President. That's your exhibit, C43. That number is that's what it says, that those were the operating costs budget for Duquesa, and I'm just showing you his other exhibit. But if you, and here we're seeing that, but okay, let's move on. I mean, if you don't have information about that, that's fine.
I'd like to add something, please.
Yes.
So when we gave this to the President indicated that our concession would be respected, that we would be allowed to execute it as it stated, which allowed for a tipping fee increase. We showed him the recycling benefits, the waste to energy benefits, the benefits of socioeconomic, of how many people it would employ. So we only had positive feedback from the President. Unfortunately, the same day that we had met the President, garbage that had medical waste was sent to our landfill. And the person who took responsibility for sending that garbage to the landfill was Mr. Socrates Perez, who is the fact witness for the respondent.
Okay, I haven't asked any about that, which is asking a very precise question, but let's move on. Lajun's obligations under Dominican environmental law were, of course, not subject to conditions nor to an increase in the tarifa de volcado, right?
Could you please repeat that?
Lajun's obligations under Dominican environmental law were of course not subject to conditions nor to an increase in the tarifa de volcado, right?
The agreements that we had with the municipalities had a tipping fee adjustment whenever our fee increases by 5% and also biannually.
That was not my question.
I also received communications from the state government through the Ministry of Environment that said that our costs are significantly higher. Moreover, on the Acuerdo Transaccional, it states specifically from the ASTN that they understand from the time that they took over Duquesa that our costs are exorbitantly high, and any deficiencies are a result of the economic precariousness that that Lajun is getting with its tipping fee. So it has been acknowledged.
That's not my question. That's not my question. I please.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, Mr. Tupa, but Mr. Lichin was still not done with his answer.
But he's answering a question that I haven't posed to him.
I completely disagree, and I would ask the chairman to please allow Mr. Lichin to complete his answer before he was interrupted by Mr. Tupa. Thank you.
Actually, that was not an answer to a question. In this case, Mr. Tupa is right. Mr. Lichin is not allowed to make statements here. He's a witness answering an examination from the lawyer. I'm sorry about that. Please, Mr. Tupa, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lichin, I'll please be very grateful if you can just focus on what I'm asking. I know we have your statement. We know what you think. It's all in there, but I'm asking you very precise questions. So please focus on the question before answering. I'm asking you if La Junta's obligations under Dominican environmental law, were of course not subject to conditions nor to an increase in the tarifas de volcado, right? The compliance of its obligations were not subject to that, right?
I do not recall.
Okay. We can go back to C38. That's the communication that La Junta sent to the municipalities. And we can just look at a paragraph there where La Junta itself recognized this. The paragraph starts whenever. It's English page 2, Spanish page 3. We can just look in the Spanish first. And then we can go to English translation so he can take a look at it and understand it. Whenever we try to talk to the municipalities, well, here below the part, however, there's one that says however, before the authorities' inspections, La Junta Corporation cannot allege that it does not comply because the municipalities do not pay the cost of the service. So you were recognizing that you could not excuse your non-compliance due to the non-payment or non-increase of the tarifa de volcado, right?
Your question is not clear. Could you please rephrase it?
Yes. My point is, La Junta's obligations under Dominican law were not subject to conditions nor to an increase of the tarifa de volcado, right?
I know that in our contracts, this is stated that there will be an increase. Now, I went off the contracts in my decision-making and the representations that were made to me. What the law specifically says, I do not recall at this moment.
Let's move on. In January 2017, you sent other letters to the municipalities informing that as of February of that year, the fee charge would be $8.14, right? That's exhibit C68. English page 1, Spanish page 1. That's the Spanish. And now we'll go to English. So you can see. So you said that the new rate will be 8.14. So that's what you said in those letters, right? That you sent to the municipalities. That you will be billing at that rate.
At this point, the contracts were expired, and I was getting no response from the municipalities for months, despite there being no contract. And so I had no obligation to take in the waste from those municipalities because there was no contract with Distrito Nacional at that time. And also they were putting all the costs on us for early 2017 in terms of they weren't paying their bills. They didn't pay their bills for January, February, and I believe March. So for those 3 months, we were not collecting 1 red cent, and we had to pay out of our pocket to subsidize these municipalities. So that's the context of the situation. They weren't responding, and this was the rate that we were charging private users. And without a concession, that a contract, then that would have been the rate.
And that was so you were sending, so basically, but you confirmed that you were sending these letters and that you were imposing this new rate of 8.14.
I was not imposing anything I didn't want to impose. At the end of the day, I sent over 27 letters by this time, and I got no response from all the municipalities in a coordinated fashion. And then it became such that we weren't getting paid by these municipalities for 2017. They were intermittently paying. One municipality would pay, and then the others municipalities would not pay. So during all of 2017, we were in a very precarious situation. Not only were we not collecting the adequate rate, but we were also not getting paid at all. And the specific intent of this was to shut us down. And that's not something that we did. We never closed the doors.
We'll go into that in a moment. First of all, so all the contract municipalities were expired?
The users of the landfill, which would include Distrito Nacional, Pantoa, Alcarrizos, I believe Este and Oeste were expired. Our contract with Distrito Nacional was for 27 years, and that contract was a concession for 27 years. The reason that occurred is to allow us to earn an economic return on the waste to energy plant. So the contract with Santo Domingo North still existed, and we fulfilled our obligations with that contract.
Let's go to Exhibit R215, page 2 of the PDF. Can you just above? So I think this is the contract. Let me see where I can find that. I think it's page 2 of the PDF. Oh, it says, just find it here. So that contract. Second, let's review these. Okay, well, let's move on. I'll have to look at that later because I don't have the correct reference right now. In the letters that you sent in February 2017 to the municipalities, you also informed them that you will start issuing invoices with this new rate, and then if they were not paid, you would be forced to suspend your service to those municipalities, right?
No. Those letters, I sent 27 of them.
Just show them. Yeah.
I got no response from the municipalities, and they were not paying. They didn't pay their invoices. We needed for them to pay us so we could operate, and that was not the case. So at that time, we were now going into January and February without even being paid. So it's not the $8.14 that we wanted. We wanted a regular check so we could at least have some funds to operate, but that wasn't the case. And my father was forced to send money, or we had to reallocate money that was destined towards ramping up the recycling project, and that was the case. That is the context of those letters.
Okay. I'm just very specific. In those letters, you stated that you will be forced to suspend your services, correct? The ones in February 2017, that's C70.
I never suspended any service to the municipalities. What I did is I limited the hours, and I also, there were times where the municipalities could not dump their garbage because they were unpaid and they weren't signing any contracts. So
you're telling me that, we'll go back to that later, but you're telling me that you never, you never interrupted access to trucks coming from Santo Domingo Este, Alcarrizos y Pantoja?
no, I did, because
Okay, you did.
they were unpaid, and they did not, they weren't fulfilling their agreements with us, which was to increase the fee and to pay They didn't do that. So I was forced to. This is after 7 months of me trying to communicate with them. So I had to let them know that this is serious and they're putting us in a economic precarious situation.
Okay. And in March 2017, the Federación Dominicana de Municipios reached out and you had a meeting which was attended by a local partner, Mr. Civis, correct?
This is what date?
March 2017.
I do recall that meeting, yes.
Okay. However, after that meeting, you reaffirmed that you could not reduce the 8.14 ton that you were asking because it was in accordance with your operational costs, right?
We were looking to rationalize the price, and they were stuck at the very low prices that they were giving us, which varied from 78 cents to $2.50, I believe. And they weren't budging from that, even though it's in the contract that there is a price increase mechanism if our costs vary. So I was getting absolute resistance from the municipalities in terms of them not honoring their concession agreements, them not renewing their concession agreements, and they were taking advantage of us by sending their waste to the dump, and we had to bear all of the cost of it. So it was imperative for them to understand that this situation is totally unsustainable. They wanted for us, my father, to pay for all of the waste of Santo Domingo. That was the situation we were in at March 8th. I had not collected a check from what I believe most of the municipalities for many months at that time. So it was important to get paid, and it was important to start speaking about the increases. And that is why the Minister of Environment intervened, because the minister understood that this is a very big problem if the municipalities aren't paying us. And so he agreed to be the mediator between Lahoon and the municipalities. And unfortunately, he was not a good mediator for that.
We'll move to those. Mr. President, since I will be moving to a different subject, I think it's a good time probably for the scheduled break now.
I think it's a good idea. We will have a break for 15 minutes.
Yes.
It's
perfect.
okay.
Yes.
For Mrs. Ramirez, it's okay for you also?
Yes, we do not have a problem with taking the break. Would it be possible for Mr. Tupa to give us an idea as to how much longer he believes he has with the witness, another hour or more?
No, probably 30 minutes or something like that. Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
So we'll take a 15-minute break, Mr. Chairman?
yeah.
Yes, yes.
Would you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before we cut off, would you be okay reminding the witness not to speak with anybody he's sequestered, just for purposes of the record, please?
I was going to do that. For Mr. Lichin, you know that you cannot speak with anyone. Are you aware of that?
I do, President Arroyo.
Okay, thank you very much. So go for the break. See you later.
Correct, opening breakout rooms, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
So, por favor, señor Tupa, tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias.
Mr. Tupa, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Lichin, just a few things before continuing with what with the questions. Just a few things from where we just stopped before the break. You said, I mean, if we can just go to Exhibit R 215, page 1 and 3, if you can just show that, please, on the screen. I think I showed to you this before. I had the wrong reference. Unfortunately, now I have the right reference. You said before to me that no one assured you, so that you received no response to the letters that you sent, right, to the different municipalities.
I did not get a response for many months from the municipalities.
Okay. If we just go to this Exhibit R 215, this is it's a notification from the Ayuntamiento Distrito Nacional to La Jun. And if you can just go through the first, this is done by, it's like an official notification by an alguacil. And in there, you see that the Distrito Nacional is notifying La Jun through this official means of notification. And if you go below, they see that they said there that they receive a communication from La Jun from November. And then if we go below, it says there that that communication supposedly had 12 fojas, like 12 pages, which were attached to La Jun's communication, but they did not receive that attachment, and they were not annexed to that letter. So they were saying that they do not know what those documents say, and that was notified to La Jun. Do you see that?
I do not see a stamp from La Jun saying that we received it. Is that
Well,
it?
it says recibido. Do you confirm that you received that?
I
That's done
never.
by an official means of notification.
I don't recall getting this notification, and also this is not it doesn't appear to me as it's a response to my letter.
Okay, but what they're saying is that they haven't received all the attachments with your letter. They only receive a letter with no attachments, where supposedly you were saying that you were attaching, I understand, the cost, the operational cost that you had.
I don't recall getting this letter.
Okay, let's move on. You said as well before that all the contracts with the municipalities were expired, right? By the time you send these letters in January and February 2017.
From my recollection, the contracts were expired and we weren't getting paid for most of 2017.
Okay.
On a consistent basis.
Okay, let's go to R205, page 2 of the PDF. That's the contract with Santo Domingo Este. As you see there, it's a renewal of the contract dated April 5, 2016. And it says the vigencia, if you look below, that's like, that the date of until what date is effective, the contract. It's 28 February from 28 February 2016 until 28 February 2019. So the contract with Santo Domingo Este was not expired, right?
I don't recall seeing this document.
And if you see as to the amount, it says monthly payment of 3 million pesos Dominicanos. Are you aware that that amount was the amount that the prior contract with the Santo Domingo Este also had? It was renewed, the contract was being renewed under the same amount than the prior contracts? Are you aware of that?
I told my CFO and my COO to look at the contracts and to inform me of which ones are expired. This is the first time I'm seeing this document here. And it's the first time I'm hearing about this document here. So I cannot opine on it.
Okay, we just established before, and you said that you personally review all the documents, all the contracts with the municipalities, right?
I reviewed the contracts with municipalities that I had on hand. I never had this one on hand. And this is the first time I am seeing this from what I don't recall seeing this.
Okay, just so we kind of clearly establish, these in the record, there were only 4 contracts with municipalities, right?
I would have to have them in front of me, but I do not recall. Every municipality has to have a contract to deliver their waste to Duquesa.
Well, actually, I'm not sure if you're aware, but 2 of the municipalities, Alcarrizos and Pedro Brand, they deposited their waste in Duquesa and they paid, but they never had a contract, right?
And we tried to renew the contract, not renew, but make a contract or have some sort of formal contract or concession with them. And when we sent the notifications in September, they never, from what I recall, they did not reply. So they were sending their waste to us, paying very, very low fees, below the $2 amount. And they kept on sending us the waste despite receiving these letters and understanding that this is an unsustainable situation.
Okay, we'll move on then to the next part, if that's what you remember. Okay, before we had our break, we can go back to these. You said in paragraphs, we can go to paragraph 73 of your witness statement, and I think that's what you told the tribunal also and before. 73 of your witness statement. You said, and you just confirmed that before the break, the municipalities decided to simply stop paying any tipping fee to Lajun, thus further compromising the financial viability of the company, as the company still had to figure out how to offset expenses without revenue. And then you say that the state refused to pay any tipping fees altogether, right?
From my recollection, January and February, for the majority of our revenues, we did not collect from Distrito Nacional. And I believe there were other municipalities that weren't paying. So the majority of which, from what I recall, did not pay.
So you say the majority now, not all.
From what I recall, it was all of them. But that's what I'm saying, is what I recall, we weren't getting paid.
Let's go to exhibit C127 again. You have first report, table 11, page 72. In this table, Mr. Lichin, your claimant's expert, based on the information contained in Lajun's financial statement, state that Lajun received in 2017 the amount of $1,914,428 as revenue from municipalities. Do you see that?
I see that in this document here.
Yeah. So if you receive 2017, you only operated Duquesa until September, right?
We were expropriated on late September.
So it is not true that the municipality stopped paying and that Lajun did not receive any revenue from the municipalities in 2017, right?
The fact of the matter is they stopped paying January, February. This is Distrito Nacional, I believe March, and we had to send a bailiff letter to collect on those payments. So they were not paying us at that time. There were several instances and several months in which we were not getting paid. And that is where my statement comes from.
But you did receive payment because that amount is not very different from the amount in 2016 if you analyze, because this is taking into account probably 8.5 months, right?
They were in default, many of the municipalities, because they weren't paying month to month on the day that it was stipulated for them to pay, or that we would usually get the checks. Yes, it says that in a full year, or I guess three quarters of payments, but to get to that full number, they weren't paying on a consistent basis on the time that they were supposed to pay. And that led to a serious issue with our cash flows, to the point whereby my father would have to subsidize for those late payments.
If we actually see, well, but you agree with me that, I mean, that's based on the financial statement that you did receive that revenue in 2017 from the municipalities. Are you aware of that?
We received them late, and we were hemorrhaging cash flow in that time that we were supposed to receive it, at the time that we did eventually receive it. And I believe that was on purpose to put our operations at risk and to make it seem like we are irresponsible when that was not the case.
LAJUN announced in March 2017 the reduction of Duquesa's operating hours from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., right? I think you mentioned that in paragraph 77 of your witness statement, and you also mentioned that you were no longer operating on Saturdays and Sundays. That's what you say in paragraph 77 of your witness statement, right?
Yes, and in that, at that time, again, we were not getting paid by the majority of our customers for several months, and they also were not responding to the letters directly that I had sent them. So it was in that time where I had no choice but to start really balancing the budget that we had. And since we were collecting no cash flows, it was out of our own goodwill to not completely shut down. So we reduced the hours so we could continue offering service to the entire province of Santo Domingo, which would include those municipalities that were customers of us and private users of the landfill.
Okay, this letter is C77, this correspondence that I was just referring to before, for the record. And then in April 2017, or we can just show it, but it's also in his witness statement, so we'll have it there. In April 2017, LAJUN did not allow access to trucks coming from Santo Domingo Este, Alcarrizos, and Pantoja, right?
That was the case because they were not paying, number one, and also we had created a new contract, which was a month-by-month contract with these municipalities that they had to sign in order to use Duquesa. We can't offer our services not contracted and not getting paid. So that was the context of that situation.
And in July 2017, the operating hours were further reduced to 7 hours of operation per day, right? Sorry, I will show you R136, English page 1, Spanish page 2. And we can go to English page 1, yeah. So the operating hours were in July 2017, further reduced to 7 hours of operation per day, right?
This letter, I don't recall seeing. Again, anytime we reduce the hours, it's because our budget was in a precarious situation, and that was a fact. This letter, I don't recall ever seeing it, and I don't recall the instance of reducing the hours in July.
So you don't recall reducing the hours to 7 hours daily in July. This is a report on the Duquesa landfill. We can go above from the Ministry of Medio Ambiente, where it says that that the hours were reduced from 14 hours daily to 7 hours per day, 7 hours of operation per day. So you don't recall this fact? You don't recall that you reduced the hours of operation in July to 7 hours?
I recall that we reduced them in early 2017, but I don't recall this specific instance.
And you're aware that your concession contract was still valid and in effect, right?
With
the concession contract, which was the framework to operate Duquesa with
Again,
Santo Domingo Norte.
With ASDN, we had a contract, and they were supposed to use their best efforts basis to help us increase the fee and rationalize it and get paid a tipping fee that would help us have a sustainable environmental and economic business. But they did not fulfill that role, and that is the context of this situation. So we were not able to balance our budget, and we had to reduce the hours in order to maintain the service.
Okay, but the contract was still valid and you had obligations under that concession contract to operate Duquesa, right?
We had obligations, and ASDN also had obligations, which they did not comply with. Again, they used their worst efforts basis.
Okay, well, let's move on. In paragraph 77 of your witness statement, you say that in order to prevent a major health, environmental, and other problems, we had no option but to reduce the operating hours of the landfill to avoid the unrestrained accumulation of too much waste. You say that, right, in paragraph 77?
I do say that.
Okay. If we could go to C71, that's correspondence from La Junta to the municipalities of 13 February 2017, English page 1 and Spanish page 1. In the letters that you sent to the municipalities in February 2017, if we look above, you anticipated that a health catastrophe could happen if operations of the landfill were disrupted. Do you see that?
Could you please highlight it for me?
Yeah, just the last sentence.
I see a letter that was sent to me on February 2017. This is many months, let's say September, October, November, December, January, February. This is 6 months of us not getting a response from these municipalities. And yes, them not paying the right fee or them not paying at all clearly would cause a crisis. And it was at this point where our cash flows were so strained that we couldn't afford to subsidize the entire province of Santo Domingo. So I was letting them know that this is an issue, and it's not our responsibility to make payments. That is the obligations and the responsibility of our customer. And
you were also, I'm sorry. You were also aware that La Jun was providing an essential public service, correct?
I am aware that our land was being used and abused by the municipalities because they were continually dumping their garbage without renegotiating the contracts and without even paying us. And that is the context of this situation. I was trying to be amenable and trying to work with them to discuss a payment plan because they weren't paying at all. So
okay,
it was out of my, it was out of our good faith that we wanted to at least collect some payment, and we wanted to maintain the operation. The last thing I wanted to do was restrict the hours.
Okay, but my question was not that, Mr. Lichin. Please focus on my questions. I'm asking you if you are aware that Lajun was providing an essential public service. That was my question. Were you aware of that?
There are 350 landfills in the Dominican Republic. There were many other places that this garbage could have went to.
Are you aware that Duquesa is the largest landfill and the one that receives the waste from all the Great Santo Domingo area, which is almost encompasses 4 million people?
I am aware of that, yes. And,
okay.
and we weren't running a charity. We were running a business.
I know. Exactly. And you had a concession contract and you had a in which there was which you had an obligation under that contract, correct? To operate that and manage the landfill.
We had an obligation to operate and manage the landfill and the concession, and the municipalities also had an obligation to pay and to increase the fees whenever it increased by 5 or 10%. Now, they didn't want to do that. And the reason they didn't want to do that is because the government did not give them the money to do it.
Okay, let's go to R260. That's English translation. You can see on page 1. In 2016, as we were just discussing before, about these Lajun providing essential public service, Lajun assured to the ASD, that's an affidavit of guarantee. We can see below that the operations, let me see,
Mr. Tupa, and I apologize again for the
Yes.
interruption. The whole document didn't show. It only showed like a
Okay.
tiny little bit. Perhaps it's the connection. If you could re-show him the version in Spanish, please.
Yes, that's what I'm
Yes.
showing him.
May I take a
Are-
bio break, please?
Sorry.
May I take a bio break? Go to the washroom.
We are about, oh, I don't know, I have probably 10 more minutes, but I don't know, I leave it to the president. I mean, there's not a scheduled break, but I don't know.
Father,
It'll just
Mm,
take-
Mr. Chairman,
Lichin,
perhaps two
can you-
quick minutes for him. We will all stay here.
Okay,
Mr. Lichin, can you be here for 10 minutes, 10 more minutes, or you need really a break? So if you really need a break, we can break now. It's not a problem. We can stop now.
Please,
You
just
prefer to stop now? Okay. We start for the time you need. 2-3 minutes is okay, I think.
thank you, President.
Thank you.
can move on now. We were just looking at exhibit R260. So first, this is Declaración Jurada y Garantía de la JUN. It's to the Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Este. We'll show you the document
This
first.
is the affidavit.
In Spanish, and then we'll just go to an excerpt, an English translation that you'll on page 1 of the English translation documents, where if you read there, it says that the operations of Duquesa constitute a public service that must be above any arbitrary act of individuals. That's something that Lajun is telling the act of the Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Este, correct?
There was no arbitrary acts that we did. We weren't getting paid and we weren't getting responded to, and we owned the land, and it was in our concession that we had the right to get paid and to request a tipping fee increase.
Okay, but you were acknowledging there that you were providing a public service, correct?
I did
A
not.
public utility service, if you want to, if it's more clear to you, because it's some translation issues and probably public service or public utility service. You were aware that you were providing one, right?
I did not write this letter. I don't recall seeing this letter. It was written by the previous general manager.
Okay, fair enough. And you also see that it also talks about, if we go back to it's actually signed by Mr. Asilis, your local partner, correct?
That appears to be a signature.
Yes. And also it says that ASDS health and environmental image should not be put at risk, correct?
I believe that Santo Domingo municipalities were putting their health and environmental image at risk by not paying and not following what the concession had laid out. And also the concessions with some of them were expired.
Okay, let's go now to R6, the concession contract again. Article 3.4. That's Spanish page 12 and the English page 3 and 4. We'll just go to Article 3.4. That's the Spanish, and we'll now go to the English version so you can read it. And there it says 3.4 that the contractor undertakes to perform the services and the obligations assumed in this contract with dedication, care, and attention under the supervision and review of the authorized representatives of the Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte, subject to the provisions set forth in Article 7.1 of this contract, as well as to comply with all the standards, technical, administrative, and safety procedures established by the law and the international treaties to which the Dominican Republic is a signatory regarding the management and deposit of solid waste. So, Mr. Lichin, under the contract, La Juna agreed to provide waste management services and to comply diligently with all its contractual obligations, as well as to comply with Dominican laws, right?
Yes, that's what it says here. And the contract, unfortunately, was not being followed by the municipalities. In the Acuerdo Transaccional, which is a part of the agreements that we had with the ASDN, they accepted responsibility for damaging the equipment at Duquesa.
Okay, I'm not asking about that, Mr. Lichin. I'm sorry. We have limited time. In paragraph 22 of your witness statement, I'm just moving on to a different subject now. In paragraph 22 of your witness statement, you state that the concession contract envisioned and permitted the construction of recycling facilities and a WTE plant, correct?
The contracts that we had with the ASDN had provisions in it that allowed for us to develop a waste energy plant, and we would share the income with the ASDN. It also had a tipping fee along.
I'm just asking to confirm if you said that in that paragraph. That was my question only.
What is confirm?
If you in paragraph 22 of your witness statement, you state that the concession contract envisioned and permitted the construction of recycling facilities and a WTE plant, correct? That's the only. I'm going to move on now to a question.
Okay, what's the concession agreement states that we had the ability, the exclusive right to develop a recycling plant and a waste to energy facility.
Okay, I will show you now a letter that you sent to the Federación Dominicana de Municipios in March 8, 2017. If you can go, please, is exhibit C76, English page, Spanish page 1, English, that's the Spanish, and then we'll go to the English, which is page 1 and 2. There it says, if you see below, without being approved as a PPA, private power producer, in addition to the legislation, it would not make sense to make the required investment of over $250 million. Then, according to this letter, without being approved as a PPA, the whole project didn't make sense, right?
I would disagree with that. The project very much did make sense because we had a 20-year concession, 27-year concession with the ASDN that allowed for us to exclusively develop a waste energy. Could you stop flipping through it? That allowed.
I think, okay, I'm just showing you that you signed that letter. Those are your words, not mine. Just so you know.
Trying to answer your question.
Okay, please go ahead.
The contract allowed for us to do a waste-to-energy facility. It was extended to 27 years. It gave us that exclusive right. It also said that the ASTN would use their best efforts basis to help us renegotiate these contracts. So it was within our full expectation that a PPA would be allowed because,
Okay.
excuse me, Law 5707.
But that's not my question, Mr. Lichin. You're just, I mean, Mr. President, I don't want to interrupt the witness, honestly, but I would appreciate if you can answer my questions because it was a very specific question. I mean, we don't have, we have limited time. Your counsel would have time to redirect to ask you any questions, that arise from this.
You're right, Mr. Tupa. Go ahead.
Okay. So my question is very specific, Mr. Lichin. I mean, I please would appreciate if you focus on my questions. I'm asking you, what it says here is without being approved as a PPA, according to his letter, the whole project didn't make sense, right?
The project very much made sense because we had the feedstock to power the plant. There was a law that allowed for us to get income tax, 100% income tax relief, 100% importation tax relief. This law 5707 is specifically to reduce the fossil fuels of the Dominican. Again, we thought that because of the law, we would be able to get the PPA because there's a supply-demand imbalance in the Dominican Republic.
Okay, that was on my question. We're again under the same Mr. Lichin. I will move on to a different question. Have you ever been approved as a power producer?
Law 5707 would have allowed for us to bring on energy if we
That was not my question, Mr. Lichin. My question was, have you ever been approved as a power producer? Is it a yes or no question? You just have to tell me, yes or no.
No, we weren't.
Okay. In paragraph 6 of your witness statement, I move on now and I'll ask you one question about the due diligence process. In paragraph 6 of your witness statement, you mentioned that you were involved in the assessment and execution and management of your father's investments in the Dominican Republic, correct?
I was involved in overseeing some of the investments in the Dominican Republic, not all of them.
Okay. In paragraph 8, you mentioned that you took part in an internship in 2010 at NM Private Securities, a privately managed investment group, correct?
In India, yes.
In India, perfect. And it was during that internship that you met representatives from A to Z Group, which you describe in paragraph 8 of your witness statement as a pioneer in waste management and renewable energy solutions in India. Correct? You met them there.
I met them in India through Enam Private Securities.
Yes. And A to Z Group assisted in this technical due diligence, right?
Very much so, because we thought they would be the best to do this technical due diligence since they come from an economic environment and also a temperate environment that is very similar to Dominican Republic. So we wanted to bring in owner-operators who would be able to do this technical due diligence.
Okay, so as proof of such technical due diligence, you mentioned in paragraph 25 of your witness statement, Exhibit C117. That's a plan for the integrated resource recovery facility for municipal solid waste at Santo Domingo. That's the exhibit that you mentioned. That's C117, correct? In paragraph 25 of your witness statement, you refer to this exhibit. We can show you paragraph 25 if you don't have it in front of you.
This is a business plan that was written for a competition. I believe it was called Compete Caribbean, and it was sponsored by the State Department, the IDB, OPIC, and various other institutions.
Okay, and in page 9, this plan envisioned the creation of a new vehicle different from Lajun, created by the companies Portland Holdings, A to Z, and Metro Country Club, correct?
That's what it says there.
Yes. And then if we go to page 11 of this document, we can see page 11 of the PDF. We can see that both you and Mr. Asilis El-Mudasi's son would be the company's chairman, correct?
This document was written before, I believe, before we purchased Lahoon, and this document we worked very hard on. So
Okay.
it does say Chairman Adrian Lichin and Luis Asilis Jr.
Yes.
It does say that.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you, Mr. Lichin. I have no further questions.
I'm really sorry, Mr. President. Since we are in different offices, may I just confer with my colleague? He closed the cross-examination, but I just need to check one point with him. I do apologize for interrupting, but I just need to check something. We're in different offices. We're trying the best that we can.
No problem. Please.
Thank you. If you can just give us a couple minutes to confer on a different line, and then we come back.
Okay.
I'm really sorry. Or maybe they can send us to the breakout room. Thank you. It would just take a few minutes.
Alonso, ¿las podrías mandar a su sala, por favor?
Alonso,
Gracias.
please send them to their breakout rooms. Just for respondent. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente, miembros del
Muchas
tribunal, por
gracias.
darnos la oportunidad de conversar.
Thank you very much, members of the tribunal, for the opportunity to convene and discuss. We're ready. Do you have any further questions, Mr. Tupa? Yes. I do not see Mr. Lichin and claimants on video, but I have one more question. Yes, clearly when they come back.
Okay.
Very well.
Mr. Lichin, Mr. Tupa, counsel of respondent, will make a further question to you. Please, Mr. Tupa.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I apologize. Unfortunately, we're at different offices, and there is one additional question that because there is a document that I would like to show to you. So there's just one more question. Bear with me, just only for a few minutes. So I'll show you C67. I believe we might have seen that document before, don't recall. I just want to show you something, Mr. Lichin. Before, a few minutes ago, you told me that when we're discussing that you remember that Lahoon was providing an essential public service, and you said that the document that I showed you before was signed by.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. We hear this really awful noise in the background. I think someone has a microphone open.
Yes, I think so. Thank you. I don't know who. Okay.
Thank you.
There you go.
Excuse the
Okay.
interruption.
That's fine. That's okay. So so we're discussing and remember, I mean, I just want to recall that to you that you said that that you were not aware about that letter where you were saying that Lahoon was providing an essential public service that was signed by the prior manager. And I just want to show you this letter, C67. That's a letter that is, if we just go please to the end of this letter, sent to Lahoon, by Lahoon, sorry, in, let me see the date exactly. If we can go above, please. 13 January 2017. And if you go below, this is your CC, but it's initialized and signed by you. We see your name there. It's signed by Asilis, but you also CC and you also sign the letter there below, and it has also your initials. And there is one paragraph there that I just want to show you. It's in Spanish. Unfortunately, we don't have a translation for that one there, and it says, I will read it in Spanish so the translator can translate this to you. Nuestra posición.
Our position is that the municipalities should seek the necessary revenue to pay for this rate within economies in other areas, or also or increase revenue by charging users, since this service is as important or more important than power and water. Do you see that?
I do see this, what's highlighted, and I do
Yes.
understand what the interpreter said.
Yes, perfect. So you were recognizing that this was an essential public service, correct?
It is a public service.
Okay, perfect. That's all. No further questions.
Thank you very much. The tribunal have decided to go directly to the redirect, unless Mrs. Ramirez, you need some minutes to accommodate your questions, or but if you can start now, would be better. But let me know if you are prepared, if you are ready to do that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're going to need a few minutes just to gather our thoughts and get everything in order.
May I make a comment, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lichin. Mr. Ramirez, how many minutes?
It won't be more than 10 minutes. It could be
Okay.
less. We just have to make sure that we organize everything.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry, Mr. Lichin, what was your question? I'm sorry.
It was a public-private service. Public-private partnership is what the service was. Just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. That's in the record. So let's go to a break of maximum 10 minutes. And then we'll be back for the redirect and directly afterwards to the questions from the Arbitral Tribunal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I recall again, Mr. Lichin, that you cannot be in touch with anyone. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Opening breakout rooms now, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Ms. Ramirez, are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay.
May I begin?
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lichin, good morning again. During your cross-examination today, counsel for the Dominican Republic asked you a few questions regarding the phase of document production in this arbitration and whether certain documents were produced, in fact, in this arbitration. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do, yes.
When Lahun was expelled from the Duquesa landfill in September of 2017, did you or anyone else at Lahun have an opportunity to collect any records or any documents from Lahun's offices at Duquesa?
At that time, we were intervened by the military and we were prevented from accessing our facility completely.
And after that date in September 2017, did you or anyone else from Lahun ever get an opportunity to go back to Lahun's offices to collect records or documents pertaining to Lahun?
No, we were not allowed to enter into the facility or the premises.
Thank you. Mr. Lichin, during your cross-examination, counsel for the Dominican Republic showed you portions of a document that has been identified in this arbitration as proof C38. It has multiple pages. I will be showing you the document on the screen. Can you see it?
I can see it, yes.
And I would like to turn to page 3 And just for purposes of the record, these are letters that were signed by you, that you sent as general manager of La Jun Corporation to the various different mayors of the municipalities. And all these letters are dated September of 2016. And if we move on to page C38.003, the first paragraph at the top, and I will make it a little bit bigger so that you can see it. In that letter, you stated, and I will read it in Spanish so that the interpreter can translate for you. Cada vez que se ha intentado
Every
hablar,
time we had tried to speak with the municipalities so that they understand the urgent need for them to adjust the price they pay for the treatment of their solid waste, they have responded that they admit that they're not paying the adequate costs due to an issue related to their budget.
did you hear the interpretation?
I only heard, I would say, half of it because I had to switch the English translation on. Since coming back from the breakout room, it makes me do that every time. So I only heard half of it. I'm sorry.
No problem, Mr. Lichin. I will read it again in Spanish to make sure that you understand what I will ask you about.
Okay.
This paragraph that you wrote states the following in Spanish so that it can be translated to English. Cada vez que se ha intentado hablar con los ayuntamientos.
Each time we have tried to talk with the municipalities so that they understand the urgent need for them to adjust the price they pay for the treatment of solid waste, they have answered that they admit that they're not paying the adequate cost due to an issue related to their budget.
Did you get the whole interpretation?
Yes.
Mr. Lichin, prior to sending this September 2016 letter, was La Jun attempting to increase the tipping fee?
That is what I had, that is what my father, as the owner, had told management. It is evident from the response from the 2015 Ministry of Environment letter that we had sent out communications. So it is my belief that our suggestions were actioned by management before.
Thank you. And if we can move down, it's the same page of this letter, same exhibit, but the last two paragraphs, and I will read them in Spanish so that they can be translated for you. Are you in the English channel?
I am, yes.
Perfect. A través de esta comunicación,
Through this communication, we call you to reflect because the misbalance between the real treatment of the treatment of solid waste and the amount paid effectively by this municipality is causing a grave prejudice to the Dominican society. For all the reasons stated above, La Jun Corporation suggests, with all due respect to this municipality, that they include in their budget an increase for the payment to La Jun Corporation for the receiving treatment and final disposal of the solid waste of this management of this municipality to $6 for each ton deposited starting on January 1st, 2017, and $8.14 starting on January 1st, 2019.
please let me know once you get all the translation.
Finished with the translation.
Mr. Lichin, were you forcing or imposing an increase in the tipping fee at this time?
Not at all. I was trying to get the municipalities to understand that we're getting paid too low, and their budget, apparently, from what I recall, was due November 15th to the central government, and that's why I had placed so much emphasis on getting this tipping fee increase before that time. But once November 15th crossed, I had reasoned that that they weren't going to put it into the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Lichin. Mr. Lichin, during your cross-examination, counsel for the Dominican Republic asked you questions regarding the tipping fees and operational costs, and he showed you portions of claimant's damages expert report. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do, yes.
I would like to show you a document that has been identified as C12. You have on the screen the first page, and I will show you the various pages. It is a document that consists of 15 pages, and for purposes of the record, this is un escrito de defensa y remisión that was filed
It is
by
a defense and remission report.
It was issued by Carlos Ortiz Severino, the juridical consultant or consultor jurídico in Spanish of the Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte. And I would like to take you to page C12.004. And again, for purposes of the record, this is a document that you mentioned in your declaration and that you reference in your declaration. And if we move on to paragraph 5, excuse me, 4, and I will do the same that I did before. I will read it in Spanish so you can receive the translation. In this paragraph 4, again, from el consultor jurídico of the Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte, the consultor states, paragraph 4, luego de 6 meses de
After 6 months of intervention of the sanitary landfill of Duquesa by ASDN and 6 months of litigation among the parties, ASDN and Lajun, ASDN understood that the best way to improve the service of solid waste dumping in this sanitary landfill was to desist from ultilateral termination and reach a settlement agreement with Lajun, which is basically due to the following considerations.
I will move on to paragraph 5, the last part of the paragraph that states the following in Spanish so that it can be translated for you. Es decir, los
That is to say, the rest of the municipalities dumping their solid waste do not even pay 50% of the cost required for the adequate treatment of the waste dumped.
And in paragraph 6, the consultor jurídico of the Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte continues and states, Lajun no ha recibido
Lajun has not received the required consideration for the fulfillment of the concession contract.
And before I ask you my question, did you get the interpretation, Mr. Lichin? Again, for purposes of the record, I would like to show you the last page of this document that states that this document is dated March 18th, 2014. Mr. Lichin, my question is the following. What was your understanding with respect to whether the Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte I'm sorry, let me rephrase the question. What was your understanding with respect to the ASDN and its position with regards to whether the tipping fee was enough to cover LAJUN's operating costs after having reviewed this document that you attached to your declaration?
My understanding is that they understood that we are significantly underpaid and our costs are significantly higher than the incomes that are coming in. And that is exemplified in this document right here, amongst many other documents.
Thank you, Mr. Lichin. Mr. Lichin, during your cross-examination, counsel for the Dominican Republic asked you a series of questions regarding the $8.14 that were set, supposedly were set unilaterally as a tipping fee by LAJUN. Do you remember that series of questions regarding the $8.14 tipping fee?
I do recall that, yes.
And I would like to show you a document that has been identified in this arbitration as proof R18. And I will move on to the first page of the document. We will put it on the screen for you. And this is a document from the Ministry of the Environment. At the very top of the page, and we will show you, Ministry of Environment. The name of the document is Política para la Gestión Integral de Residuos Sólidos Municipales. Do you see that on the screen, Mr. Lichin?
I do see this.
And this document on the bottom right of this page, it provides a date and it says Santo Domingo, República Dominicana, and it's dated May 2017. Do you see that?
I do.
And Mr. Lichin, I would like to take you to page 31 of the document. We will show it on the screen. Can you see the document? I will do the same thing that I did before. I will read the sentences in Spanish so that they can be translated for you, and then I will ask you a question.
Thank you.
The first sentence underneath the table says the following. Es importante destacar.
It's important to point out that the fees paid currently, for example, to the Duquesa landfill, do not allow an adequate management of waste.
No, I'm sorry, the next one. Do you see it in front of you? And I will read it in Spanish again for translation. El estudio Plan Maestro para Manejo Integral de los Residuos
The
Sólidos.
master plan for integral management of solid waste in the municipalities of the Greater Santo Domingo, performed in 2011-2012, produced a final disposal cost of $17.10 per ton.
Did you hear the translation, Mr. Lichin?
I did, yes.
Mr. Lichin, did the Ministry of Environment ever make you aware of el Plan Maestro para el Manejo Integral de los Residuos Sólidos en la Mancomunidad de Ayuntamientos del Gran Santo Domingo that estimated the tipping fee at $17.10 per ton of waste?
They did not know.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Chin. During your cross-examination, Mr. Lee Chin, counsel for the Dominican Republic showed you a document that has been identified as R205 in this arbitration. And counsel represented that this document was a contract. Let me show you the first page. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do recall the line of questioning.
Mr. Lee Chin, does this document look like the contracts that you reviewed that were signed between Lajun and all the municipalities regarding the Duquesa landfill?
No, it does not.
Was this document signed by Lajun?
No, it was not.
Did you ever receive this document?
I've never seen it before in my life.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Chin. During your cross-examination, counsel for the Dominican Republic asked you various questions with regards to whether the municipalities were or were not paying the tipping fees. And you mentioned, as part of one of your responses, some bailiff statements. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And I would like to show you a document that has been identified in this arbitration as R206. Do you see it on the screen? If we could move on to the first page, we will show you the first page of the document. Do you see the document on the screen?
I do.
And this document, for purposes of the record, is an intimación de pago puesta en mora, dated April 28th, 2017, that was sent by Lajun Corporation to Santo Domingo Este. And if we look at the first paragraph, where it says primero, and I will read this in Spanish again so that it can be translated to English, it states the following. Que mi requirente, Lajun Corporation,
My client, Lajun Corporation, through this act, would request and formally indicates that at this point in time, you should pay to Lajun Corporation a total amount of 3 million Dominican pesos and 00 cents.
It states, por concepto de vertido de desechos sólidos
Due
municipales.
to the dumping of solid municipal waste from February 1 to February 28, 2017, which would be received in due form by my client.
Did you get the translation, Mr. Lee Chin?
I did hear this.
Mr. Lee Chin, why did Lajun send this bailiff act or acto de intimación de pago to Santo Domingo Este in April of 2017?
Because we were not paid. And I believe it was several months in which we were not being paid.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Chin. I would like to show you regarding the same line of questioning that counsel for the Dominican Republic made to you. I would like to show you another document that has been identified in this arbitration as proof 207. We will show it to you on the screen, and we will show you the pages. Did you see the document, Mr. Lichin?
It's going too fast. Could you go back to the top?
We'll move slower.
Could you go to the top, please? Okay. Seems like it's going from the first page to the last page to the second page. So could you please slow it down? Okay,
Do you see the document, Mr. Lichin?
I do.
And for purposes of the record, this is an intimación de pago puesta en mora, which is dated June 2nd, 2017. That was sent by La Jun Corporation to el Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Este. And I would like to turn to the first clause of this document, titled Primero, and I will read in Spanish so this can be translated into English for you. Que mi requirente, La Jun Corporation, por medio del presente acto, le intima
That my client, La Jun Corporation, by means of this act, demands an immediate payment to La Jun Corporation of the total sum of 3 million Dominican pesos and 0 cents, which you owe to it,
por concepto de vertido de desechos sólidos
for the dumping of municipal solid waste corresponding to the period from March 1st to 31st, 2017.
Did you get the translation, Mr. Lichin?
I did, yes.
Mr. Lichin, why did La Jun send this bailiff act on June 2nd, 2017 to el Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Este?
They were a very large client of ours, and they were delaying their payment and squeezing our cash flows.
Thank you, Mr. Lichin. Mr. Lichin, during your cross-examination, counsel for the Dominican Republic made a few questions with regards to environmental issues at La Jun and asked you whether La Jun was providing an essential public service. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
Mr. Lichin, did La Jun have an environmental permit for the Duquesa landfill?
We had an environmental permit, yes, and it was renewed in 2016, and it was never taken away.
Excuse me, I will object to this question. I mean, I haven't asked any questions on the environmental permit. I only asked questions about the essential public service and if they were complying with the contract, but I didn't ask any questions on the permit. I think that's beyond the scope of my question. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, we disagree. We recall a certain number of questions from Mr. Tupa concerning environmental issues, and the environmental permit goes towards those questions.
Well, actually, I think that the questions made by Mr. Tupa were not about this. That was exactly about the characterization of the work of the landfill as a public service, and some issues in particular very far of this what is mentioned in this document. So I would prefer that you don't use this document in order to respect the procedural orders 1 and 8, please.
Not a problem, Mr. Chairman. I was actually not going to show him a document. Mr. Lee Chin, did Lahun Corporation comply with the concession agreement?
Yes, it did. The concession agreement was not taken away by Santo Domingo North. They had nullified the concession agreement instead because there were certain clauses in the agreement that allowed for the Pacific permanence, I believe, of the of our landfill, which means that we would have unfettered, no unnecessary interruptions by the government. So so I believe that we were compliant.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Chin. Mr. Lee Chin, during your cross-examination, counsel for the Dominican Republic asked you a series of questions concerning the continuation of the reduction of hours through July 2017. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
I would like to show you paragraph 86 of your fact witness declaration, where you stated the following. Soon thereafter, the minister, through the use of the state's military, forced Lahun to keep the landfill open during extended hours. More specifically, the state imposed an extended operating schedule on Lahun by requiring the company to keep the landfill open until 10 p.m. Monday through Sunday. In so doing, the state disregarded the fact that Lahun's situation was caused precisely by the state's failure to adequately compensate Lahun for its services. The state's unilateral and unfair decisions caused additional financial damage to my father and the investment. Below is a photograph depicting the armed military with high caliber rifles that the state placed at the entrance of the landfill. Mr. Lee Chin, can you please explain how the Dominican government forced you to open the Duquesa landfill to regular hours?
Well,
Fernando, please,
Yeah, please,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're not in the same offices. Fernando, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to do that. I object to that. I mean, you're showing him paragraphs of the witness statement that I did not go through.
Yep, thank you.
I mean, that's not, I didn't refer to that paragraph.
And
I
he
refer
did
to
the fact that-
specific, I
Exactly.
refer to specific reductions in specific points in time. You can ask him about the July reduction if you want, in March reduction, but that's not, I haven't asked anything about
Exactly.
that. Paragraph
Exactly.
86.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Counsel for the Dominican Republic specifically asked Mr. Lee Chin regarding the reduction of hours in July 2017, insinuating that during July of 2017, the hours of Duquesa were still reduced. In Mr. Lee Chin's fact witness declaration, which I am perfectly authorized to use under procedural order number 8, in regarding Counsel for the Dominican Republic's questions, he specifically speaks about the events that took place at Duquesa when the military forced Lahun to reopen during regular hours. And I am asking him with regards to that. It goes directly to the questions that Mr. Tupa asked.
I agree with you. I think it's exactly related with the question of the time of openness of the of Duquesa and the fact that you are using another paragraph is not relevant. Please go ahead, Ms. Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for purposes of the record, Mr. Lee Chin, I will ask you my question again. Can you please explain how the Dominican Republic forced you and Lahun to open during extended hours?
Yes, it wasn't normal hours, it was extended hours. Our regular hours were from 6 a.m. till around 8 p.m., I believe, during the week. These hours were 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. throughout the entire week. In April of 2017, the Minister of Environment, Dominguez Brito, did a press conference at our facility, and then he put the military guards at the facility, at the gates, for the entire time that we ran the landfill from April to September when we were expropriated. So that's why I was a little bit confused on what Mr. Tupa was saying, because it wouldn't have been possible for us to close the hours when we had the Dominican military there with their high caliber rifles forcing us to keep the doors open. And as a matter of fact, there was an instance where at 3 a.m. in the night, the Dominican state through their trucks and under the watch of the Dominican military dumped garbage all on our internal roads just to create a crisis. So they were there actually, it seemed like 24/7.
Mr. Lichin, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lichin. Members of the tribunal, we do not have any more questions for Mr. Lichin. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And Mr. Lichin, now the members of the tribunal will make some questions to you. We will start by my colleague, Mr. Christian Ledley. Christian, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, or still good morning, Mr. Lichin.
Good morning.
Yes, I have a few questions, and apologies, these may not be in a logical order, but they're in the order I've got them written down. The first goes to, in your cross-examination at the opening, you qualified one of your answers when questioned about your involvement and your managerial involvement, and you said you were formally the manager since 2016, and I wondered if you could describe what your role was before 2016, please.
So before 2016 of September, I would just ask questions to management, and sometimes they would give me their response on what I asked them, but I was not involved in executing any of the strategies that management came up with.
And I'd like to dig a little deeper, if I may, because it's something that I'll be completely transparent, that's still a little uncertain in my mind, which is the level of management control that either you or your father had over the investment. Because you referenced a legal team, you referenced a local partner, a COO and a CFO during the course of your testimony. And I'm wondering to what extent those individuals or teams were involved in the day-to-day management. And obviously if they were, to what extent they were communicating with either you or your father. And let's just focus on communicating with you. I don't want you to offer hearsay testimony as to who was or wasn't communicating with your father.
They would communicate to me as a shareholder whenever I would ask questions. But it's not like I was responsible for executing any of what was told to them as a strategy to do. So in terms of us, in terms of me being heavily involved in the execution of those decisions, that wasn't my responsibility. I was just on the periphery.
Now, problems seem to have started as soon as you acquired your investment, or as soon as your father acquired the investment, if I can put it like that. And what level of updates would you receive? How periodic would the updates from the local management team be? Let's say from 2013 to 2016.
It would be fairly regular. I would say several times a week we would get some updates from them, or we would hear from them, or we'd be communicating with them.
And so would it be fair to say up to 2016, you were generally aware of the financial status and the the managerial status of the Duquesa plant?
Yes.
And obviously then the same after 2016, when you were then formally in a managerial role, how did that level of oversight increase from 2016 onwards?
It increased more because then I had a actual responsibility, and I was the general manager. So I was interacting face to face with the managers, the CEO and the CFO, and even people in the landfill.
And you were living in the Dominican Republic at that point, were you, from 2016?
Yes, I was living there for a significant amount of time when I was running Duquesa, from 2016 till about March of 2017 late, and then I left.
And there was a reference in the questioning, I think on redirect from Ms. Ramirez, about the local forces coming into the premises of Lajun. Can you describe to the tribunal what was the office setup for Lajun? Were you working on site at an office, or were you working from another office elsewhere? And can you just describe to us what was the physical setup?
So most of the days, I would say 80% of the time, 75% of the time, I would work remotely from my apartment in Santo Domingo. And I would go to the administrative offices, which were located just outside of Duquesa landfill. And that's where I would speak with some of the management. And then I would also go to the landfill, where there was the weighing area and also the management area for the site. So those would be the offices.
And which of those two sites were then entered into by the, I don't know whether they were policemen or troops or officers of some kind, but what Ms. Ramirez was referring you to before?
It
which
was
both
on the site.
On the site. And where did you keep your records? Was that on site or at the administrative office?
Our records were kept on site.
And so what would you do if you needed records if you were in the administrative office?
In the administrative offices, we would go onto the site to look at the books and records.
So then, and just for the record, I would like now to take you to a slightly different series of questions about the negotiation of a potential price increase. And this was around 031/14 on the transcript, just for the record. And I think you used the phrase that management was instructed to seek a price increase. How did you know that management was instructed?
From various communications from my father to our local partner and management.
And so who's giving the instructions?
The instructions would usually come from the shareholders, which would be my father and Dr. Asilis.
And what were the responses? Were you aware of what the responses were from management when after they had received these instructions?
I recall seeing some PowerPoints saying that they were in process, but that is all that I can recall.
And I think you used the phrase, I'm sure efforts were made. Again, how did you know that efforts were being made?
Because they gave their, they indicated to us that they were trying.
Now, can you describe what the balance of power was in these negotiations? Because this is also something that still remains a little unclear to me, because the correspondence that Mr. Tupa had taken you through indicated that some of the correspondence showed you were trying to show to the state, in perhaps in a light, what I would describe, and forgive my butchering of perhaps what is a better description, but it seemed a light touch in terms of suggesting to the authorities what the actual tipping fee should be. I wondered if you can describe from your personal experience to what extent pressure was being exerted on the public authorities to increase the tipping fee.
Is this before my general management of Lahun?
Let's take up to 2016, and then I've asked you the same question after 2016.
Okay, I'm not too sure of what sort of pressure they had placed.
And once you became involved, I'm conscious of the testimony that you've given already, which was that there were various approaches, various letters made that you had sought to convene meetings, and you'd been met with a no response or refusals. But what level of intensity of pressure was coming from you and or your colleagues?
Pressure from the Dominican Republic, from the municipalities?
No, from Lahun to increase the tipping fee.
Well, in September of 2016, we were just notifying them. We didn't place any real pressure. We were just notifying them of what the situation was. And the pressure, I believe, started in early 2017.
So then let's go to 2017, because again, something that I'm curious about understanding is why it seemingly, and correct me if I'm wrong, but seemingly no legal recourse was taken to invoke the price adjustment mechanism, which, as I understand the concession contract, could be invoked if certain cost thresholds had been exceeded. And I'm curious as to whether you had any direct contact with those sort of either considerations or discussions.
No, I don't recall making any legal efforts to increase the fee. It was mostly through my letters, from what I recall.
I'm nearly finished with my questions. Thank you for your patience. I think just perhaps one other question, and I was looking at, it may be useful to bring it up if I could perhaps ask, I'm not sure if this would be Ms. Ramirez's team to pull it up. I'm in the claimant statement of case, paragraph 137, that's 92 of 247 on the PDF.
We can bring it up. Did you say, Mr. Leafley, claimant statement of claim?
I did, thank you.
Okay. Which paragraph again?
Paragraph 137, it's page 92 of 247 on the PDF.
I'm sorry, I see an iPad on the screen right now.
I think it's just warming up.
We're looking for it.
May I take another bathroom break?
Mr. President, I defer to.
If you need it, please, very quick, because we have not.
And this is my last question, Mr. President.
Okay. In any event, I think we will shorten a little bit the big break instead of 30 minutes, maybe 20 or 20 something, because we had already several extra breaks this morning for you, in order to be able to try to complete the next examination, that of Mrs. Evelyn Lopez.
Mr. President, I think the witness required to make a short break for the restroom. And he's doing it. Okay.
He stepped out. We're all here.
Okay.
It looks like he stepped out to use the restroom.
Okay. I haven't seen that. I saw only our president on my screen, and then a black hole, which I suppose it is the place for the laptop documents.
I can always share my screen, Ms. Ramirez, if it's easier, because I have it open on mine, but.
No, we got it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, if we can just zoom in, I only need paragraph 137. Okay, thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Lee Chin. Let me just finish then with this question. So I don't expect you to necessarily know this, because I think in your testimony you said that you hadn't read the claimant's statement of case, but this is the claimant's statement of case prepared by Mr. Lee Chin's lawyers, Hogan Lovells. And you'll notice here that it says a few days following the submission of the feasibility study, this is the feasibility study for the waste to energy plant, to the ASDN, claimant met with the president to discuss, among other items, the development operation of the waste energy plant. Then it says in the next sentence that you were in attendance. And I'm curious, because then I was also looking, and if it's possible to pull up, and sorry, I should just complete. I think the citation after that, the proofs, references paragraph 66 to 70. You see B there, 66 to 70 of your statement. So I went to 66 and 70, and it talked about your discussions regarding the fees and the costs, but I didn't see any discussion about your conversation with the president regarding the waste to energy plant. And I wonder if you could help the tribunal with, and try and be as specific as you can, but what conversations were held in that meeting regarding the waste to energy plant specifically, not the cost increase and not the costs that you were incurring, but just the WG plant?
With respect to that, we talked about the socio-economic benefits that would come about from it, the amount of jobs that would be created, with the investment that it would entail, how it would be good for the foreign exchange, because Dominican wouldn't be buying oil that's based in US dollars. It would be good for the environment, and it would be good for the domestic energy supply.
And can I take you, and Mr. Ramirez, I don't know if you can go to Mr. Lee Chin's witness statement, his declaration C-122 and paragraph 69.
Yes, we will get it on the screen.
Thank you. So this is just the tail end, Mr. Lee Chin, of the section in your declaration, you may recall, where you were referencing this meeting. And there you say the president's reaction was reassuring, and he expressly guaranteed that the contractual rights under the concession agreement would be respected. To what extent was the president providing any reassurance under the concession agreement to a waste to energy plant? And was there any discussion with the president about any rights to a waste to energy plant?
From what I recall, we did speak about a waste to energy plant and how we are looking to bring on energy, a waste energy site onto Duquesa. And when we spoke about it, we spoke about all the necessary requirements of what that would entail, which is a fuel supply, which we had, a concession agreement, which was for 27 years, and eventually PPA, which was being worked on.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to abuse the president's generosity and ask one more question. Sorry, I feel like Columbo, who famously kept asking one more question. To what extent did you believe that you had the right, or that Lajun had the right to the waste to energy plant?
I 100% believe that it was in process to get the waste energy plant, because we had the supply, the feedstock, we had the concession agreements. It was an exclusive right to develop a waste energy site and recycling plant in that agreement. So I was very assured that eventually it would be coming about.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I have nothing further, Mr. President. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Professor Cohen, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Lichin, or good morning. I have also a few questions for you. Well, first of all, if I understand well, prior to you, the General Director of LAJUN was the local partner, Mr. Dr. Asilis. Am I correct?
He was not, he was the shareholder, but he was not a general manager of LAJUN. It was Carlos Cortina, who worked with Dr. Asilis, and Marco Almonte.
Who formally appointed you as general manager of LAJUN?
It was a situation in which we could not find an adequate manager to take over the responsibilities, and then I eventually just fell into the role because of my previous position, not position, but informal position at LAJUN, being on the peripheries and being able to speak with the executives there at the time and with the employees. It was very natural, and it was a joint decision between the shareholders, which would be Dr. Asilis and my father.
Thank you. According to the agreement with the ASDN, ASDN would not be charged. When you took the decision to shorten the operating time of Duquesa, did you make any kind of distinction about the different municipalities, which one would be allowed to enter the premises or not?
No, and the reason for that is because of the strained cash flows and the lack of best efforts basis that ASDN was giving us. They weren't helping at all.
So there was no difference of treatment among the different municipalities, ASDN. So ASDN received the same treatment of the other.
I don't recall, but I do recall that the hours were shortened and they weren't extended for any other municipality. The ASDN had an obligation and they weren't following it.
Okay. And to what extent reducing the operating hours had an impact on your budget, LAJUN's budget, I mean?
Well, it allowed us to not be filling up the equipment with gasoline and diesel, and the inputs that we would require to condition the land was less. So our operating costs were able to fall. And that was very important because our cash flows were so strained because the municipalities weren't paying us, and the ASDN was in cahoots with them, not allowing us to get that fee increase. They were acting on their worst efforts basis in that regard.
In terms of money or percentage, could you give us an indication of this impact? Approximately.
I won't be able to answer that with you with full facts, I'm sorry.
Okay. When you were in the Dominican Republic, how often did you go to Duquesa?
Well, twice a week.
Once a week?
Twice a week.
Twice a week. Okay. In your written statement, you refer to the buzos in Spanish. So they performed some activities. They were even paid by Lajun for these activities, if I remember well.
We did not hire the Buzos. They got paid on the basis of collecting recyclables and selling those recyclables by the pound to us.
And who required this, the Buzos or Lajun?
We had an agreement with the Association of Pickers, is what I believe it was called, and they would collect the recyclables, they would sort it, and we would weigh it, and we would pay them based on that weight.
So were they authorized to enter the premises?
Buzos, they were on the premises, and there was no way to get them out. There's thousands of them, and that's just the way that it was. And if we blocked them from coming on the premise, it would have created an even more chaotic situation.
And how did they enter the premises?
They would enter from all over. It's 180 hectares, and they would enter from wherever they could. They would climb the fence, they would go under the gate, they would go on the back of trucks to get in, they would go on the back of trucks to get out. That's pretty much how they would do this.
So the premises, there was no fence entirely around the premises. Is that the case?
There was a fence around the premises, and we were in the process of building out that contractual part of the contract. When I was there, we expanded the fence, and we did the best to our ability to make sure that those gaps were closed. But again, it was 183 hectares, and we were operating on a slim to no budget.
Thank you. In your understanding, was the adjustment of the tipping fee automatic?
From my view, it was a right that we had, and it was automatic based on if our costs increased, and twice a year we would go to ASDN and we would show them this, and then they would use their best efforts basis to show the other municipalities, which in turn had similar provisions in their contracts, which none of them respected.
Thank you. Mr. Richin, have you met Mr. Fernandez, the mayor of San Domingo Norte?
I believe it was just once when I was handing him personally the feasibility study that was created by Delta Wang.
Do you remember whether he signed documents telling Lajun that Lajun was complying with all the contractual requirements?
I recall that agents of ASDN would sign compliance documents saying that either what was being done was either executed or in the process, and the environmental permit that we had with the Ministry of Environment never got taken away. So we were in compliance.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lichin. Thank you, Mr. President. No further questions.
Thank you, Dr. Cohen.
Thank you, Professor Cohen. Mr. Lichin, I have myself a couple of questions. One is related with the WT plant, but because you mentioned that you were absolutely convinced that you have a right, and you even use the word an exclusive right to build that plant or to develop that plant. But my question is, when you realize that that project could not be realized. When you received the notice of that, and that has some relation with the state actions you mentioned in your cross-examination?
If your question, from what I believe, is when did I start losing confidence in this?
No, yeah, when you realized that you couldn't build that plant?
When that would have been, I would say, in early 2017, when we were not getting the responses, and when I actually made the decision to shorten the hours. That is when I realized that the municipalities are not going to comply with their agreements.
And that means that you realize also that the possibility to build the WT plant was impossible?
I would say I had communications that would have indicated that it still would have been possible in 2017, but just based on the momentum that I was seeing from the municipalities, it seemed in mid 2017 that it was unlikely, because the municipalities were not helping us. They were not paying us. They were just acting as bad actors, and they were putting the legal steps in place to expropriate our land.
So before the actions of the, as you characterized, the occupation of the landfill, you were already sure that there was not possibility to develop that plant?
I thought that this plant, well, I was in complete denial up until the day that we were expropriated. So until the end, I thought that we were going to be doing the waste energy plant.
Okay, and a totally different question. You mentioned in your witness statement that you experienced several troubles because of this situation. In particular, you mentioned that you couldn't sleep and other serious health problems. And at the end, you even mentioned that because of the situation, you were affected not only because of your health condition, but also emotionally. And in addition to that, the Dominican Republic actions had compromised your career, and you say could impede future business opportunities. I would like to know if that was actually like this, and you, if you could tell this tribunal if there are some concrete examples of the opportunities of business you have lost because of, according to you, because of these Dominican Republic actions?
Thank you for asking. A concrete example is I was promoted to be a director of NCB Financial Group, which is a large company that we own. It's the largest financial and insurance company in the Caribbean. I was a director. And as a director, you have to go through a fit and proper test. And I passed those tests with the Bank of Jamaica and the Central Bank of Trinidad. However, when the St. Kitts Financial Services and Regulatory Commission was doing a fit and proper on me, they went on Google and they found these allegations. And they said that because of these allegations in the Dominican Republic, we are not going to deem you fit and proper to be a director of NCB Financial Group. So I had to resign from my position at NCBFG, which is which has major implications for myself and my family being able to have authority in that business. So it has already affected me in that regards. Another aspect of it is that this had a cascading effect. I had to inform the CFA Institute. It's a part of my professional responsibilities that every year I have to disclose any regulatory issues or criminal or anything like that. So I had to inform the CFA Institute. I spent 5 years trying to get my CFA, which I ultimately did. So that was like, that was very distressing to me because I worked very hard for it. And all because I was trying to enforce our rights as a landowner and not having a contract. This actually affected not only my position at NCB, but also my professional accreditation. Fortunately, they were understanding of the situation in that unproven, unprosecuted allegations aren't enough to deem someone unfit to be a director. So it has really affected my professional career. It's affected my confidence, anxiety levels. I was so scared to take a plane from the United States back to Canada in New York that I had to take a bus to Buffalo and walk across the Peace Bridge. So I didn't have to, so I wouldn't run the risk of getting flagged by Interpol and then extradited to the Dominican Republic. That was a serious worry of mine. It impacted me almost from going to Harvard Business School because it was around this time that all of this was going down and we had to be constantly checking the Interpol site to see if I was on it in case I fly in and I get stopped and sent back. So it has been just nonstop anxiety ridden and just totally damaging for my professional reputation just doing business in the Dominican Republic based on the allegations that were made against me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lichin. My question was about the concrete examples and you answered perfectly. So I have no further questions. I think we can leave you and you can be free at least. And I think we need now organize the continuation of this hearing for today. As announced before, I think we can take the break now, the long break, 25 minutes in order to a little bit compensate with the some of the short breaks we took. And so at 10 past noon, we can be back in order to go to the examination of Mrs. Evelyn Lopez. Is that okay for everyone?
On behalf of the claimant, Mr. Chairman, yes, that works. Thank you, sir.
También para la demandada. Gracias, señor presidente.
Also for respondent. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Then we come back 6:10 Europe time, 12:10 for some of you. See you then.
¿Estamos listos, señor presidente?
Aparentemente sí. Iba justo a decir.
Are we ready, Mr. President? Apparently, yes. Is there something you need? No, I'm ready. I am available. Thank you very much.
Lo que no estoy. Yo imagino que donde dice sala
However,
testigo es
when it says witness hall, number 1, that's probably Mrs. Evelyn Lopez, right? Yes, that's right. good afternoon or good morning, depending on your location. Good afternoon, yes, of course. You have been called as a witness in this arbitration. It is a case against the Dominican Republic brought by an investor called Michael Anthony Lichin. And you probably were explained how this exercise operates. But first of all, the lawyers for the DR will introduce you. You will have to answer a series of concrete questions, and then the counsel for the investor will proceed to ask you other questions, and you will answer. And at the end, if the tribunal has questions, we will abuse of your kindness and ask you to answer them as well. First of all, I suppose you have in your hands a witness statement that you have to read out loud. Could you read this statement? Declaration for expert witness, for fact witness. I solemnly declare on my honor and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. There is no unauthorized person present in this room with me, and I cannot communicate with anyone else during my testimony. I further declare that I have not attended, watched a recording, or read the transcripts of this hearing prior to this moment. Thank you very much, Mrs. Lopez. So, counsel for the DR has the floor. Excuse me, Mr. President, I do not see the Spanish transcription. I don't know if it's my problem or if it's a general problem. Could we check? Let's see. The last line I have is afternoon session. Yes, thanks for calling this to our attention. We're working on it right now. Thank you.
La transcripción en inglés.
The English transcription is fine. Yes, everything's well there. Thanks for pointing that out. I hadn't realized.
Disculpen, si me dan unos minutos, pues voy a tener que reiniciar el sistema.
Couple of minutes, I will have to reboot the system.
Sí, pero ahora apareció todo. Pero bueno, ahora apareció todo.
I can see it now. Everything we discussed up to now. Oh, I wasn't seeing it, but if you see it, we were fine. However, what we are saying now is not being transcribed. Oh, because I'm not jotting it down, but now you can continue. Very well. Now I would like to give the floor to the counsel for the DR. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Dr. Evelyn Lopez. Good afternoon. You should have before you an envelope with a copy of your witness statement. Could you please open that envelope? That should have a copy of your witness statement before this arbitration.
Perfecto.
Very well.
¿Nos puede por favor confirmar que ese es
Could you please confirm that this is your witness statement?
Sí, lo confirmo.
Yes, I confirm that. One question, would you like to provide any corrections or modifications in your witness statements? Yes. In the statement, page 2, it states that I am the technical director in the Environmental Health Department of the Vice Ministry of Health. Since 2021, I am working in the Health Superintendency, which is an institution of the Dominican health system, but it is not part of the Ministry of Health. That is the only correction I would like to provide. Since I am not part of the health ministry, I'm not part of the committee for the restructuring of the landfill. To clarify, when did you exit that committee? In May 2021, when I left the health ministry and I went to the superintendency, I did not form part of this committee because the representative of the ministry must work for the ministry. So since I left the ministry, I had to cease being part of that committee. Thank you very much. No more questions. We provide the counterparty for the examination of the witness. Claimant, please. Mrs. Ramirez is there. Yes, Mr. President, may I begin? Yes, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Dr. Lopez, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Maria Eugenia Ramirez, and I'm one of the lawyers of Hogan Locals International Office and a member of the legal team of Mr. Michael Lee Chin. In the course of this afternoon, I will ask you several questions on your witness statement. Is that okay with you? Yes. It's important for you to allow me to finish the question before you answer. Do you agree? Yes. And if you do not understand in one of my questions, please tell me, and I'll do the best I can to restate the question. Is that okay? Yes, that's right. Dr. Lopez, were you informed that this arbitration is a public proceeding? I had no knowledge of the structure of the process. I only know it's an international arbitration. Were you informed that the statement that you are providing today is being recorded? I see that the session is being recorded. And did they inform you that this witness statement will be placed in the website of ICSID and the World Bank so that the rest of the people can see it? No, I had no knowledge of this. Well, I inform you of this. Let's go to your witness statement, if I may. Dr. Lopez, you're a doctor of medicine, is that the case? Yes. And you have a title in tropical medicine, is that the case? Yes. In the last several years, you have occupied several positions in the health ministry and social welfare ministry of the DR, is that right? Yes. And since September 2020, you are the technical director of the Environmental Health Directorate. As I clarified at the beginning, I'm not part of the health ministry. Since May 2021, I work for the health superintendency. I am an analyst of profiles and needs. So the position of technical director of this ministry was occupied by you from 2020 to May 2021. Is that the case? Yes. And since September 2020 to May 2021, you were part of the Presidential Committee for the restructuring of the Duquesa landfill, representing the public health ministry of your country, right? Yes. And among the objectives of this Presidential Committee I understand that one of the objectives is to coordinate and execute the technical closure of the Duquesa landfill site as ordered by the environmental ministry. Is that the case? Yes. And another of the goals of this committee is to plan the building of a sanitary landfill for the final disposal of solid waste of the greater Santo Domingo area, right? Yes.
Doctora López, le pregunto.
Dr. Lopez, let me ask you, do you have any knowledge of why René Polanco, ex-mayor of the municipality of Santo Domingo Norte, during the events in question, is not a part of this arbitration? I don't know why. And do you know why Onofre Rojas, who was part of the Mancomunidad of Greater Santo Domingo during these events, is not a witness in this arbitration? I don't know why. And do you know why Francisco Flores Chan, the director of solid waste of the environmental ministry during the events in question, is not a witness in this arbitration? I do not know why. Thank you.
Doctora
You're welcome.
López.
Dr. Lopez, as an official of the health ministry during these periods that we discussed, and as part of the preparation of your witness statements, I imagine you discussed and saw internal reports from the health ministry related to the environmental and health declaration, which you discuss in your statement, right? Yes, that is right. Yeah. When preparing this statement, I reviewed these documents. Could you clarify which documents you reviewed? Well, some of the articles from the press, and as well as exchanges we had, and we also sought to receive other documents which are part of my statement. What type of reports? When I was a director of the Office of Coordination of the Decentralized Management of Leadership, the area which covers the Duquesa landfill had monthly reports on visits and situations, and these provincial directorates represent the health ministry at a local level, and they carry out the orders of the ministry. So they have to oversee the health of the population. In this case, the third health area produced reports when there was anomalies in the operation of the health system. As a director of the office, I had to oversee these reports and send them to the corresponding officials. And from those monthly visit reports, these reports were not attached to your statement, right? Yes. When I was preparing my statement, I discussed this with the director of the Office of Coordination and the director of the health system, which had changed, and we asked for copies of these reports. Unfortunately, we did not receive any of these reports because they were not found. Therefore, they are attached only, they are annexes to this proceeding. And let me ask you, did you do anything else to try to find those documents after receiving the reply that these documents were not found? I talked to the person in charge of the Office of Coordination and Health Area number 3, which is managed separately. These were the steps I took by mail or by phone. I requested these reports, but unfortunately, we did not find anything. So, Dr. Lopez, if I understand correctly, for all these monthly reports on visits, none of these was found, none of these monthly reports. That's right, I was surprised as well, because after I left the ministry, I left the documents in good order, and in public administration, when someone leaves an institution, you have to hand over the mail, but none of these reports was found. Do you remember how many of these monthly reports were lost or disappeared or they were never found? I don't know, but these were reports that had to be provided monthly in fulfillment of the guidelines for the health ministry. Were they 30 reports? I wouldn't be able to say. I just know that they were monthly reports and they didn't appear. They were not found.
Doctora López, con relación
Dr. Lopez, regarding these monthly reports, did they have to do with visits to the Duquesa landfill? Is that the case? Yes, the provincial directorates oversee the landfills as well as health centers, everything that has to do with the collective health of the community that they oversee. They visited the Duquesa landfill and other areas to oversee the situation. So I understand that you couldn't find out why these documents were lost. We don't know why. When I left the ministry, I was not in charge of this. And when they asked me to find the documents, we did everything we could, but unfortunately, we did not find any documents. Thank you, Dr. Lopez. And regarding these communications, because you already answered regarding the internal reports, but I have the same question regarding exchanges. And as I said before, as I asked you, I understand that you reviewed exchanges such as emails in preparation of your witness statements for the arbitration. Is that the case? Well, not emails, because as I said, I left the health ministry and the email was canceled, so there's no access to any old emails. I only saw reports from the press, for example, where the situation in the city was being discussed in the time period in question. And apart from these press reports, any other exchanges, letters, for example, were you able to review that type of document in preparation of your statement regarding Duquesa?
Algunos documentos que vimos fueron.
We saw some documents, such as epidemiological reports where the situation was discussed, and other documents of the same nature where the situation at that time was being described. This is what I recall at the moment. And those are the documents that you attached to your statement. Those were the documents attached to my statement, yes. And if they're not attached to your statement, if I understand correctly, that means that there were no other relevant documents for the preparation of your statement. Is that the case?
En los anexos de mi declaración se incluyen los documentos.
In the attachments to my statement, well, it includes the documents that have to do with things that I have discussed, matters having to do with collective health, public health. That's the focus of my statement. If there may well be other documents that I didn't attach but have to do with the case, they are not attached here.
Doctora López, en algún momento los abogados.
Dr. Lopez, at some time, did the outside counsel for Dominican Republic ask you for specific documents from the Ministry of Health so as to be able to produce them in this arbitration as ordered by the arbitral tribunal as part of the document production process that has taken place in this arbitration? Yes. In the first quarter of 2021, when I was technical director of environmental health, a communication came from the DCOX, which was directed to the person who was director for environmental health, which mentioned some documents that were being requested and were identified at that time. We made a second effort to find those documents, but just like the first time when we prepared the statement, they were not identified.
Doctora López, solo para confirmar.
Dr. Lopez, just to confirm, so if I understand your testimony, the Ministry of Health of the Dominican Republic did not locate any additional document that the outside counsel for the Dominican Republic asked for so as to be able to produce them in the arbitration as part of the document production process? That's right. We made efforts on 2 occasions to find documents, but we did not find any report beyond what's submitted in this case. Thank you very much, Dr. Lopez. I'd like to move now to paragraph 13 of your statement. I understand you have it right before you. Yes. And at paragraph 13 of your statement, Dr. Lopez, you state that the adequate disposal of solid waste is particularly important in tropical climates because that way you can avoid the proliferation of vectors that transmit diseases to persons, vectors such as mosquitoes. Is that right? Yes, you paraphrased it somewhat, but that is what my statement says. Thank you. And in terms of the Duquesa landfill, it receives solid waste from Greater Santo Domingo, which represents approximately 40% of the country's population. Is that right? That is right. Greater Santo Domingo has a population of approximately 4 million whose waste ends up at the Duquesa landfill. And this metropolitan area accounts for just under 1/2 of the country's population. Is that right? Approximately. We are 10 million. In Santo Domingo, it's 4 million, a bit less than half. That's right.
En su declaración, párrafo 18.
In your statement in paragraph 18, you state that in early 2017, the Lajun Corporation, which was in charge of operating the Duquesa landfill at the time, began to reduce the usual schedule for dumping waste. Excuse me, could you please show up on the screen the paragraphs that you're referring to so that we can all see them? Yes, yes, of course. I thought it would be necessary because she has a copy right before her so that the rest of the participants in the hearing could see it. Fine, give us just a moment, please.
Tónica anterior, porque todos tenemos el documento.
And well, to do what we've been doing, we all have the document.
¿Ya lo tiene en pantalla?
Do you see it up on the screen now? Yes, yes. I'm going to repeat the question for the record. At paragraph 18 of your statement, Dr. Lopez, you state that in early 2017, the Lajun Corporation, which was in charge of the Duquesa landfill at the time, began to reduce the usual schedules for dumping garbage, correct? Correct. And you confirm that you found out about the situation because it was reported to you by Dr. Maritza Martinez, who at the time was the director of Health Area Number 3, and through the media in the country as well, the communications media. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. And according to your testimony, the reduction of the dumping times or schedules affected the operations of the Duquesa landfill and provoked a health crisis in the greater Santo Domingo metropolitan area. Is that right? Could you please show where in my statement I say this? Yes, of course. This is at paragraph 20 of your statement. Exactly. That is right.
Y ello fue debido a que, según su testimonio,
and that was due to the fact that, according to your testimony, there were accumulations of garbage in the street, as well as nauseating and disgusting smells and proliferation of rats. Is that right? Yes, that's right. And this situation led you and your team to work long work days beyond your regular work schedule. Is that right? That is right. And the situation also led you to have more communication and contact with the Minister of Public Health, who gave you instructions, which you followed, correct? Correct. Since I was director of the coordination office, I was directly under the office of the Minister of Public Health, and therefore one of my main functions was to transmit to the Minister of Health any information that I would get from the local level, that is, say, from the provincial offices in the area of health. Thank you. At some point during this period of time, Doctor, did you personally visit Duquesa landfill in order to inform yourself of the situation? Yes, I did personally go to the Duquesa landfill. When? I cannot tell you the date, the specific date, but it was during the time that I was director of coordination of the deconcentrated management. How many times have you visited the Duquesa landfill? Personally, on 2 or 3 occasions, I visited it during the crisis.
Doctora López, ¿existen algunas comunicaciones?
Dr. Lopez, are there any communications or documents with respect to this contact that you had with the Minister of Public Health
Sanitaria en el área metropolitana del Gran Santo
during this health crisis in the greater Santo Domingo metropolitan area? No, my communication with Ms. Guzman Marcelino oftentimes was by telephone or instant messenger or WhatsApp, so as to be more timely. When I left the ministry, all of this was lost because I had turned over the telephone that I had used as my institutional telephone. So I don't have records of those communications.
Y doctora, le pregunto,
And let me ask you, ma'am, when the outside counsel of the Dominican Republic asked you for documents, did they also ask you for a copy of these communications via WhatsApp? They asked that any information related to the case and that was available to me be presented if possible. And likewise, the reports on the different steps we took, well, they were informed that it wasn't possible to locate them. And at some point in time, or well, let me withdraw the question. At some time, do you know whether any other employee or representative of the Ministry of Health was asked to try to get these documents? Well, as I told you earlier, firstly, I went to Health Area 3 and the Office of Coordination in order to find the documents. So I am aware of that part, as well as the external communication that came from the DCOX requesting the documents for annexes. And do you know whether at some point in time the Ministry of Health sent any communication indicating that they had performed an exhaustive search for these documents and that they hadn't been located? It seems to me that a communication was sent responding to the request that was sent by DCOX. And this correspondence did indicate that no additional document had been located. I don't know what the communication specified. What I do know is that our investigations did not yield any results in terms of coming up with these documents. Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Lopez, do you know that Lajun told the Dominican municipalities on multiple occasions that they were dumping waste at Duquesa and that the price that was being paid for tipping fee was too low to operate the landfill and that it had to be increased in order to protect the best interests of the population of Santo Domingo? I was not aware of those interactions regarding costs. Were you aware that as of 2017, the Dominican courts ordered intervention of the Duquesa landfill and the exit and expulsion of the Lajun Corporation from Duquesa? No, I did not. And you mentioned September 2017, right? I am referring to September 2017. Yes, I didn't know about that part of the process. Are you familiar, Dr. Lopez, with the fact that this intervention of Duquesa and expulsion of Lajun took place through a judicial proceeding that had nothing to do with environmental issues? I am not familiar with the judicial part of the process, but rather the impact on the collective health in this situation. And doctor, are you aware that as of September 2017, the Duquesa landfill has been administered by agencies of the Dominican state and not by the Loon Corporation. I'm aware that when I was part of the committee for restructuring, one of the issues discussed is that a tripartite commission was set up for administering the Duquesa landfill, and it was chaired by the Ministry of Environment.
Gracias. Entonces, si entiendo correctamente.
Thank you. So if I understand your testimony, you are aware and familiar with the fact that as of September 2017, agencies of the Dominican state, such as the Ministry of Environment that you mentioned, have been in charge of administering the Duquesa sanitary landfill, correct? That's right. During one of the meetings of the restructuring committee, that was one of the issues addressed. A presentation was made about how what the situation of the landfill had been up until that time, and this was by the tripartite commission. Thank you, Dr. Lopez. At any point, have you had an opportunity to review the contract between the municipality of Santo Domingo Norte and La Jun Corporation, which dates to 2017, and governing the administration of the sanitary landfill? Excuse me, I object to this question because it's completely beyond the scope of her testimony. She's a doctor from the ministry. She has nothing to do with the concession contract. Mr. President, I'm merely asking whether she had an opportunity to review the contract. Is the answer yes or no? You can answer, Dr. Lopez. No. Thank you, ma'am.
Doctora López, le voy a mostrar ahora en pantalla.
Dr. Lopez, I'm now going to show you on the screen a document which has been identified in this arbitration as Annex C 95. Please let me know once you see it up on the screen. Yes, I do see it up on the screen. Thank you. This is a press article entitled "The Duquesa Landfill, a Serious Problem That Reflects Official Ineptitude." It was published in almomento.net. The date is April 3rd, 2018, 6 months after the Dominican Republic intervened in the Duquesa landfill to administer it. Can you see it? Yes, I can see it. I'd like to turn to the first and second paragraphs that you see on this page, C95001. You see a photograph with the smoke over the city. And if we look at the first two paragraphs, let's blow it up. It reads as follows. Santo Domingo, most of this capital city this Tuesday is affected by the smoke from a fire, the origin of which is unknown, which since yesterday has been burning at the Duquesa landfill in Santo Domingo Norte. There have been media reports of persons who have had to be taken to medical centers after presenting respiratory problems. Have I read this correctly? Yes, you did. And if we then move on to the next to last paragraph, the first sentence, it's on the same page. There it states as follows. This landfill is managed with no scientific rigor and is a frequent cause of problems in the capital of the Dominican Republic. Have I read it correctly? You have. And as we discussed earlier, Dr. Lopez, as of the date of this article, April 2018, the landfill was being administered by state agencies, correct? I understand that it is correct. Dr. Lopez, had you seen this document before? I saw this document when it was published. It was discussed with some of the staff of the ministry. So if I understand your testimony, you were aware of the statements included in this article, correct? I am familiar with the situation that is reflected in that article. And even though you were aware of the situation, you did not attach this article to your statement, correct? Yes, that is correct. And even though you were aware of the content of this article, you didn't mention it in your statement, correct? My statement reflects the situation that existed at the landfill. And that's one of the arguments that one finds in the article. I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. No, no problem. Thank you. I'd now like to show you another document, which has been identified in this arbitration as C96. It's a press article entitled Duquesa requires the local governments of the greater Santo Domingo area to pay more per ton for waste that they deposit. And this is published in Diario Libre, April 27, 2018, 6 months after the Dominican state intervened at the Duquesa landfill to administer it. Do you see it up on the screen? Yes, I can see it on the screen. And I'd like to go to the line right under the title, which reads as follows. With the current fee, the landfill cannot continue operating with full guarantees. Have I read this correctly? Yes, you did. And if we now turn to the second and third paragraph under the photo of the garbage, here I show you the photo. In those paragraphs under the photo, it states as follows. Up until now, the landfill operates, but with an economically precarious situation, which generates a monthly deficit that can only be overcome by injecting more resources. The problem would begin to be resolved with a payment of $3.50 per ton of waste, so long as this rate is uniform among all the local governments. The average in other countries is, or the median in other countries, is the payment of $16 per ton. At present, the average paid per ton is $1.95 US. Have I read this correctly? Yes, you did. Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Ms. Ramirez, but how is this related to the witness statement of Dr. Lopez, I'd like to know? Thank you, Mr. Tupa. Mr. President, the only witness that has been tendered by the Dominican Republic with respect to environmental health issues is Dr. Lopez. And in this article, certain issues are addressed having to do with environmental health. That's why we're putting these questions to her. Also, from September 2020 to May 2021, Dr. Lopez was a member of the Presidential Commission, and she has certain knowledge, I understand, regarding certain aspects mentioned in this article, and that's why I'm showing it to her. Excuse me, just a statement, the scope of cross-examination is limited to the scope of the witness statement. Those are the rules that were set. And what you're asking her about costs, clearly it goes beyond the scope of her testimony. That is what I am saying. It's not appropriate within the rules. Mr. Tupa, the document or the question was not exactly about cost, not so far. It seems to me that the other party is asking about issues that go to the health situation of the landfill, which is the topic, indeed, it's the exclusive subject of the statement. The health situation is what the witness's statement addresses. So I would think that thus far, the line of questioning is relevant. If it were not, if it were a question that went to other issues, then I would ask that you draw my attention to it. But it seems to me that the question addresses exactly the same subject, and it uses another document which refers to something which is not specifically mentioned, well, that could be useful for the tribunal to see or compare the situation at different times under different administrations. So, Ms. Ramirez, you may continue. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And Dr. Lopez, I'll now show you the next to last paragraph of this article. The second sentence, it reads as follows. A source who asked that his name be kept, his or her name be kept confidential, said that a unified fee paid by all the local governments of $3.50 per ton would be a good start, but that ideally Duquesa should be paid $9 per ton of waste, as was established in a study that was performed recently. Have I read this correctly? Yes, you did. Ms. Lopez, do you by chance know what this study is that this article is referring to? I don't know what study it's referring to. And if we now move on to the last paragraph, it's a box in gray shaded, and the first sentences read as follows. One of the problems faced by those who administer Duquesa at this time is the dumping of waste at night. Working at night generates a cost of 1.5 million Dominican pesos per month that is not covered by the local governments, and that the past administration did not have either. Have I read that correctly? Yes. And the past administration was Lajun, correct? The article doesn't specify that, so I can't say if it's a reference to Lajun or someone else. Thank you. Dr. Lopez, right now, Duquesa is being administered by several agencies of the Dominican state. Is that right? As we discussed earlier, I'm aware that it's the Tripartite Commission, which is made up of the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Public Health, and one of the local governments. Thank you very much. The local government you're referring to is Santo Domingo Norte, correct? Yes, Santo Domingo Norte, that is correct. Thank you.
Doctora López, quisiera pasar ahora a otro documento.
Dr. Lopez, I'd now like to move to another document which has been identified in this arbitration as C98. And I'll show it up on the screen in just a moment. Can you see it? Yes, it is up on the screen. And this is an article entitled Garbage Problem in Santo Domingo Norte is Critical, it is said. And this is for July 2018, 9 months after the Dominican state intervened in the Duquesa landfill in order to assume its administration. And I'd now like to, this first page of C98, first and second paragraph, is under the photograph of the bags of garbage. I'll show you the photo.
Entiendo que se trabó el sistema electrónico. Sí. Eso pasa.
I think the system tripped up. That happens sometimes. Just a second, please. No problem.
Ahora creo que ya se puede ver la fotografía.
And now I think you can see the photo. Can you see it? Yes, I see it. Thank you. And now I'm going to show you the two paragraphs that appear below the photograph. We're going to highlight them. And these paragraphs state as follows. Santo Domingo Norte. The issue of solid waste in Santo Domingo Norte has become critical. It's a situation that has given rise to controversies among various sectors in the context of technical, political, and environmental debates. A great concern prevails in this population due to the amount of accumulated garbage in most of the neighborhoods, residential areas, and housing projects where the residents have denounced that the garbage trucks have not been able to take away their garbage for several weeks. Have I read this correctly? Yes, you have. Dr. Lopez, and based on your experience and as a doctor in tropical medicine, is this situation healthy for the residents of Santo Domingo Norte? No, the accumulation of solid waste in the street is never a positive thing for a population. It can have nefarious consequences for the collective health of a population. Thank you. And if we go to the last paragraph on that same page, we're going to show it to you. Here, there, it says as follows: the stench, the flies, cockroaches, and mice have been felt with greater force in recent days, especially in the neighborhoods such as Los Palmares, Brisas de los Palmares de Sabana Perdida, Sabana Barrio, Los Guaricanos, Ponce, Los Morenos, and El Torito de Villa Mella, where the accumulation of garbage at the corners could be easily observed. Have I read this correctly? Yes, you have. And the flies, cockroaches, and mice are examples of what you call vectors at paragraph 10 of your statement. Is that right? Could you show me my statement, please, to confirm? But the flies and these animals are vectors. They are organisms that transmit diseases and infectious agents. And is that healthy for the population of Santo Domingo Norte? For the population of Greater Santo Domingo, approximately 4 million people, this accumulation is not healthy. Therefore, ever since the crisis began and the accumulation of garbage in the street began, the situation became hardly manageable, not in 2018, as this document explains, but rather earlier. The proliferation of such vectors was noticed both in the landfill, as I found out in my visit, or verified in my visit, and in other parts of the city where garbage was accumulating in the streets. Dr. Lopez, as of July of 2018, when this garbage was accumulating in the streets of Santo Domingo Norte and the vectors were proliferating, do you know whether an environmental emergency or health environmental emergency was declared at that time? I understand that the emergency was declared in 2017. That is when measures began to be taken to address the situation that had already been occurring.
Y doctora López, me gustaría
Dr. Lopez,
penúltimo
can
párrafo.
we look at the second to last paragraph? We're going to show it on the screen,
Donde dice lo siguiente.
where it says the following. Can you see it? Yes, I can.
Esta problemática
This problem that seems to have the same characteristics in most of the municipalities of the country is becoming more dramatic since the waste continues to accumulate and become a threat for the health of the population. Did I read it correctly? Yes, you did.
Entonces, según este artículo de
Then,
prensa,
based on this press article dated July 4th, 2018, the area of Santo Domingo Norte back then was facing problems with garbage accumulation and vectors that were threatening the health of the Dominican Republic population. Is that true? Yes, the situation continued. It was not new in 2018, but it just existed in years prior to that because of the poor management of the landfill and the accumulation of waste. I would like to mention another document that was mentioned here as C-167.
¿Ya la puede ver en pantalla?
Can you see it on the screen? Yes, I can. And this is a press article that says Duquesa landfill continues to be a threat, and there are bad odors occasionally, and this is published in El Diario Libre, that is 2021, last year, almost 3.5 years after the Dominican state started to manage the landfill. And I would like to show you at C167002, the first paragraph under the picture of the pile of garbage. Let me show you the picture first. Can you see that photograph? It is a little bit blurry, but yes, I can see it very well. And below that pile of garbage on the screen, it says, the Duquesa landfill continues to have problems with bad odors occasionally that come from the pile of solid waste that continues to increase in spite of the measures implemented as a result of the fire last year by covering in clay the area that has been impacted. Have I read it correctly? Yes, you have. And if we now look at page C,
el segundo y cuarto párrafos, ahí dice lo siguiente.
167003, the second paragraph reads the following.
Una señora
Mrs. Ramona, a lady resident in Los Casabes, asserts that bad odor had never disappeared, bad odor to rotten waste. That smells, and I would like to run away from here. After the fire in the landfill last year, the authorities decided to throw waste on top of the one that had been covered and continued to do the same, but a great deal of what was already covered has piles of waste that are not processed as before. Have I read it correctly? Yes, you have. Dr. Lopez, are you aware of this fire in Duquesa that occurred in 2020? As this was in Greater Santo Domingo, I heard of that fire. And as a member of the Ministry of Health, didn't you discuss the fire in Duquesa? In 2020, I was not party to the committee on the landfill. I became part of that committee in September 2020. I was not working there. I was with the National Health Service in the first half of 2020. That's why I am telling you that I know of the fire and the situation because of the press coverage rather than my own work. And if I understand correctly, back then, if it was not something discussed with the Presidential Commission at the Duquesa landfill, this was not addressed by the Ministry of Health, right? As I mentioned before, this was not part of, I was not party to the ministry. I was not part of that ministry. I went back to the Ministry of in September 2020, because between 2018 and 2020, I was in charge of specialized services with the National Health Service. And even though this is an agency with the government of the Dominican Republic, it is not the Ministry of Health itself. And the National Health Service did not address this type of situation in the Duquesa landfill, for example, the landfill, is that correct? The fire, is that correct? As part of the National Health Management, that is the job of this health service, our job was to guarantee that the population that was affected had the guarantee that their diseases would be cared for. The issue of collective health and primary care is not the main role of the health service. We provide services to patients, and it is the ministry that is in charge of prevention and promotion of health. Thank you.
Y si podemos pasar, todavía estamos en el mismo documento.
This is the same document. We are now going to look at 167004, 167004, the two paragraphs that we see above. I am going to go by one. The first one says, Diario Libre attempted to find an explanation from the directors of the Tripartite Commission that manages the landfill, but they were told that there was no one in the office. There are fears that fires could occur again and the city would be covered again in the polluting smoke from Duquesa. Did I read it correctly? Yes. And the directors with the tripartite commission that manages Duquesa, as you have indicated, are officials with the Dominican state, correct? Yes, we had said before that this tripartite commission includes the Santo Domingo North, the environment, and the public health ministries, which are different from the restructuring commission. And between March and at this point in time, March 2020, that is the date of this article, do you remember if at the Presidential Commission this issue of the fires was addressed as pollutants from Duquesa? I don't recall addressing the fire or discussing the fire. And if we can continue, I can show you the next paragraph below.
Ahora lo puede ver en pantalla.
Can you see it on the screen? Yes.
Ahí el artículo de
There,
prensa.
the article
Por otro lado,
says, on the other hand, the Casabes highway that gives access to the landfill has some problems in some areas, and one of the commitments from the old authorities when definitely the fire was controlled was to rebuild that road by the Ministry of Public Works, but the situation has worsened. Did I read this correctly? Yes, you did.
Y debajo de esta,
And below this paragraph, we see some photographs of the affected roads.
las puede ver, doctora López.
Can you see them, Dr. Lopez?
Sí, las puedo ver.
Yes.
¿Ya las vio?
Have you seen them? Yes.
¿Usted tiene conocimiento de por
Are
qué
you aware why the Presidential Commission that you were a member of did not cure this problem in connection with the problem sections related to the Duquesa, even though the construction of roads is beyond the Ministry of Public Health, the Service of Public Health? This is something that was addressed at some of the commission's meetings, and I remember that the commission plan included the improvement of those business roads. Budgets were presented, but I do not know why those plans and budgets were not executed. Thank you.
Quisiera regresar ahora a su
I'd like to
declaración.
go back now to your statement, paragraph 18 of your statement.
¿Ya lo tiene en pantalla?
Do you see it on the screen? Yes, part of it.
Según este párrafo 18.
Based on paragraph 18 of your statement, there you state that in early 2017, La Juan Corporation started to reduce the usual times for the tipping of waste. Do you remember this? Yes. And at paragraph 25 of your statement,
que aparece en pantalla,
on the screen,
luego afirma que ante
you
esta
state again that given this situation in April 2017, the Ministry of Health prepared a report addressed to the Minister of the Environment that, according to you, under paragraph 25, the report had to do with the poor management of the solid waste dumped in Duquesa and also the harm caused to public health. Is that correct? Yes, it is. And if we now move on to paragraph 28 of your statement,
¿ya lo tiene en pantalla?
do you see it on the screen? Yes. At paragraph 28 of your statement, you state that the poor management of solid waste by LAJUN resulted in serious health problems. Do you see it? Yes. Would you make it a little bit smaller?
¿Así está mejor?
Is
Gracias.
it better? Yes.
No hay problema. Y ahora quisiera mostrarle
Now I would like to show you a document that has been identified in this arbitration as C90.
¿Ya lo tiene en pantalla?
Do you see it on the screen? Yes.
Y este es el informe
And this is the report on accumulation of waste at Duquesa
de Salud Pública
produced by the Ministry of Public Health
dirigido al
and
licenciado
addressed to Mr. Francisco Dominguez Brito, Minister of the Environment, dated April 12, 2017,
del que estábamos hablando y que usted
to
cita en
which we
su
were referring and which you cite at footnote number 9, for example, in your statement. Can you still see it? Yes. And this report was signed by the Minister of Public Health,
Altagracia Guzmán
Altagracia Guzmán Marcelino. Do you see it in the last page? Yes, I can see it on the last page. And I would like to move on to the first paragraph of this report, Mrs. Lopez at C90001.
¿Lo puede ver?
Can
Sí,
you
lo
see
puedo.
it? Yes, I can.
Y en este párrafo, la
And at
ministra
this
de Salud
paragraph, the Minister of Health states the following: distinguished
desde abril de este año,
Minister, starting in April 2017, LAJUN Corporation and the 6 municipalities that dump their waste in Duquesa National District, Santo Domingo North, Santo Domingo East, Santo Domingo West, Boca Chica, and Pedro Brandt have faced a series of conflicts that have resulted in irregular service by the company managing the Duquesa
¿leí eso correctamente?
landfill. Did I read it correctly? Yes, you did.
Y antes de hacerle unas
And
preguntas,
before I ask you some questions, I would like to move on to the first paragraph of the report at page C90003.
¿ya lo puede ver en pantalla?
Can you see it on the screen? Yes, I can.
Y ahí la ministra de Salud,
And there, the Minister of Health states the following:
con relación al manejo
in connection with the management of solid
que
waste
están dando los actores principales
by the main actors, that is to say, the Santo Domingo municipalities and the company managing the Duquesa landfill, this ministry has been observing that everyone should establish
eficientes y adecuados
systems which are efficient and sufficient to protect the health and the environment. Did I read it correctly? Yes, that is correct. And as it was said before, the Ministry of Health has to guarantee collective public health. So I understand that that communication pointed to that. So resorting to the right actors to guarantee that the collective health of the population, the 4 million surrounding the landfill, would not suffer the consequences of the poor management of solid waste.
Gracias, doctora López.
Thank you, Mrs. Lopez. Finally, if we move on to the first paragraph at page C90004,
Se lo muestro ahora en pantalla.
let me show it to you on the screen.
Ahí la ministra de Salud,
There, the Minister of Health is stating the following: the 6
sus residuos sólidos
municipalities that dump their solid waste in Duquesa National District, Santo Domingo North, Santo Domingo East, Santo Domingo West, Boca Chica, and Pedro Brandt do not have the proper collection, transport, and transfer system. They dump solid waste they dump rather waste produced by a population of about 4 million inhabitants in the Duquesa landfill that accepts more than 3,000 tons a day, 45 of which is contributed by the national district. Have I read it correctly so far? Yes, you have. I am not aware of the total number of tons that is received daily at the landfill, but you have read it correctly. Thank you, Dr. Lopez. Now, based on this report that you cite in your statement as C90, the regular service provided at the Duquesa landfill was due to a series of conflicts that the Lajun Corporation had in 6 municipalities that dumped their waste in Duquesa. That's what we see in this paragraph of the communication sent by the Ministry of Health to the Ministry of the Environment. And these 6 municipalities, based on this report by the Ministry of Health, were National District, Santo Domingo North, Santo Domingo East, Santo Domingo West, Boca Chica, and Pedro Brand, correct? That's what the document reads. That's what the document shows, yes. And based on these 6 municipalities, the Minister of Health in this report asserts that they do not have the proper collection, transportation, and transfer system to dump waste in Duquesa. Is that right? That is part of what was related to the crisis. That is to say, not only the fact that the municipalities did not have the resources to have the proper system that went hand in hand with the poor management of waste at the level of the landfill, and all of this had an impact on the crisis that occurred afterwards. And the Minister of Health in this report also states that the main actors in connection with the management of solid waste in Duquesa were not only Lajun, but also the 6 municipalities that deposited or dumped their waste in Duquesa. Is that correct? I do not see that in this paragraph. Could you please show me where the main actors are shown? Yes, certainly.
¿Ya lo puede ver?
Can you see it? Yes. For the purposes of the transcript, I am going to ask you this question again. And the Minister of Health in this report also made clear that the main actors in connection with the management of solid waste in Duquesa were not only Lajun, but also the 6 municipalities that dump their waste in Duquesa. Isn't that correct? That is correct. And as I mentioned before, I'm sorry, I'm having some connection issues. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Can you see the document on the screen? Yes, but I lost the image on the camera momentarily, but as I mentioned before, the main actors, the municipalities, as well as the management company, had roles for the management of the waste. That is to say, that was related to the development of the crisis, and the main actors are Lajun and the 6 municipalities dumping waste in Duquesa, correct? Yes. And the report by the Ministry of Health
en representación del Ministerio de Salud Pública afirma que
has the assertions by the Minister of Health on representation of the Ministry of Health, indicating that Lajun and the 6 municipalities need to establish proper and efficient systems to protect the health and the environment. Is that correct? Yes. And the ministry, as guarantor of public health, is responsible for these measures to be implemented timely. Therefore, the measures were introduced later on in connection with the landfill.
Muchas gracias, doctora López.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lopez.
Doctora, ¿usted tiene conocimiento si este
Do you
informe
know if this report was reported or was presented to Lajun? I don't know. As I mentioned before, this was addressed to the Ministry of the Environment, but I do not know whether this document was sent to Lajun.
¿Usted está de acuerdo conmigo?
And do you agree with me that this document does not have the word be notified? Let me show you the document before you answer.
Bueno, no vimos el documento
We
completo.
did not see the full document. We have not analyzed this in detail, but it had to be sent to Lajun. I don't want you to guess. I am showing you each of the pages of this document. This was also included to your statement. I don't know whether you were given a copy of all of the exhibits. I just have the statement. I think that she has the statement only. Okay, let me show you one page at a time. This is the first page.
Próxima página.
Next page.
La próxima.
Next one.
Ya, la próxima.
Next one.
La próxima.
Next one.
Ya lo vio, doctora López.
Have you seen it, Dr. Lopez, Mrs. Lopez? Yes, I was able to briefly see it. And as you indicated, this document does not express the need to present it to Lajun. And how about the 6 municipalities? Do you know if this report was sent to the 6 municipalities mentioned in the report? No, I do not know what was done with this document after it left the Ministry of Health on its way to the Ministry of the Environment. Could we say that this document is an internal document that was exchanged only between the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of the Environment? Honestly, I do not know what was done by the receiving agent once it was sent to, once it reached destination. I don't know what happened with it. So, Mrs. Lopez, how did you get a copy of this document?
Esta comunicación.
Are you talking about this documentation? Yes, C90. That was one of the documents that we saw, as I saw when I prepared my statement. This was prepared by the Ministry of Health, and as explained in my statement, this is the information that was received from area number 3. That is to say, that is the part of the information received, everything that had to do with the management of the epidemiological indicators in the area. To make sure that I understand what you are saying. So this document was given to you by the Ministry of Health, or was it given to you by the external council? No, as director of the Special Office on Coordination of the steering role, we were part of the Bureau of Health, the Health Area number 3. The reports that they issued were sent to the Minister of Health and also to the
Como indica mi declaración, vienen de la Dirección de Área de Salud. Por eso tengo
to the
conocimiento.
directors as a whole, and this comes from the area of health, and this is why I have knowledge of this. Dr. Lopez, I am a little bit confused. Let me see if you can help me understand. This document, this report was seen in the books of the Ministry of Health, but I also recall that at the beginning of your cross-examination, you mentioned that there were several documents, internal documents on Duquesa, but they all disappeared and that you were unable to find. So how is it possible that this document showed up, but not others. Could you please explain that?
Honestamente, no les sabría
Honestly,
decir por qué tenemos este documento.
I
Puede
don't
ser
know
por el trámite a una instancia externa, pero lo
why
que
we
sí
have this. It could be because of some external reasons, but let me guarantee to you that we did everything we could to identify all of the documents that were coming from health area number 3 and that were processed, and this is part of the statement, as I mentioned before. Thank you, Mrs. Lopez. In the document in front of you, on the top right, you see a number 001056. Can you see that number? Yes.
Y si luego vemos la
And if
próxima
we
página,
now look at the next page, on the top right, there is another number 001056. Can you see that number? Yes.
doctora López, esos son números
Mrs. Lopez, are those page numbers from a record with the Ministry of Health? I do not know what that number relates to.
y basado en su
And based on your experience within the Ministry of Health, do you think that this could be a page number? I wouldn't be able to tell you,
honestamente.
to be honest.
Doctora López, ¿usted tiene
Mrs.
conocimiento?
Lopez, do you know that in this arbitration, claimant requested a copy of all of the file,
Ante el Ministerio de Salud,
all of the Duquesa file before the Ministry of Health, and it was not provided to claimant? What I know is that, as I said before, in the first quarter of 2021, there was a communication addressed to the Ministry of Health that had a listing of the documents requested. This was the second attempt to identify documents related to the case, but it was not positive. I didn't get to a positive result, and that is as much as I know in connection with the documents for this case. Thank you. Let me ask you, did you have a chance to review the full record of the Duquesa landfill
o podría estar
that
dentro
is or that could be with the Ministry of Health? I do not know that there is a record as such. Whatever I had access to as director of the Office for Decentralized Action had to do with the health reports that were processed at the Office of the Minister and also at the Office of Collective Health. So this is the documentation I am familiar with. I am not aware of any record, any file with the Ministry of Health as far as I know, and this is what we tried to find to address the request and also for the preparation of the statement. Thank you for your answer. Do you have any knowledge that a month after this report issued by the Ministry of Health, as we discussed, C90, the Santo Domingo North Municipality, through Mr. Polanco, the mayor, entered into a transactional agreement, a settlement agreement that had several irrevocable clauses. I do not know of any contract or any contract relationship among the parties in the case. My focus was on collective health and also to guarantee that the nearby population would not be suffering the consequences of the crisis.
Thank you. Let me turn now to paragraph 28 of your statement. I will show it on the screen.
¿Ya lo puede ver?
Can you see it?
Sí, lo puedo ver.
Yes, I can see it.
Y doctora, según su testimonio en su
And
declaración,
according to your statement, the health problems produced by this situation, which are
en este informe, documento C90,
described in this report, document C90, which we saw a minute ago, all this led the health ministry and the environmental ministry to declare a health and environmental emergency in the Duquesa landfill in July 2017. Is that the case? Yes, that is correct. It's paraphrased, but what it says is that there were serious health problems due to this inadequate management, and that led to the declaration of an emergency. Did you draft or participate in this declaration of an environmental and health emergency? No, as a director of the OCGTR, I did not take part in that in the drafting of that declaration. Do you know who took part in drafting this declaration of emergency? No, I do not know. I'd like to show you on the screen a document identified in this arbitration as C-149, which you quote, for example, in footnote 12 of your statement. And this is the Environmental and Health Emergency Declaration of July 21, 2017, which we were discussing. Can you see this on the screen? Yes, I can.
Y dicha declaratoria
And this declaration
fue suscrita, según aparece en la última página,
as you can see in the last page,
por la ministra de Salud
was signed by the Minister of Public Health, Dr. Altagracia Guzman Marcelino, and the Minister of the Environment and Natural Resources, Mr. Francisco Dominguez Brito. Can you see that? Yes, I can see the signatures there. And if we go into the whereases, whereas 4 and 5 of this declaration, I will show them on the screen. Can you see them? Yes, I can. And in whereas number 4 and 5, it states, and I quote, a potential health risk has been identified in the Santo Domingo province and the National District due to the accumulation of solid waste uncovered, the presence of animals, vectors,
desagradables y quema de residuos.
nauseous smells, and the residues that are burnt, and that is a focus of infection and pollution due to the decomposition of the waste, and particularly due to the management measures by the company managing the open air landfill of Duquesa. Have I read correctly? Yes, you have. And if we go into the next whereas, it says, considering that it is of the utmost importance that the Environment and Natural Resources Ministry and the Health Ministry intervene in the environmental and health recovery of the province of Santo Domingo and the National District as soon as possible by adopting environmental and health measures that are required due to the fact that the degree of accumulation of solid waste in that landfill is quite high, and it could become a focus for the propagation of several illnesses, and it could become a serious health problem for the entire population. Have I read it correctly? Yes, you have.
Doctora, en su experiencia como
Dr.
doctora,
Lopez, in your experience as a medical doctor and an expert in tropical diseases, a potential risk is a future risk. A potential risk is a risk that is hazardous for a certain population if the necessary measures for the mitigation of this risk are not taken. For example,
las jornadas de descacharización,
what we call elimination of vectors, initiatives to eliminate vectors such as mosquitoes. These are measures that are taken to mitigate the risk of having a disease among the population. Thank you. And if I understand you correctly, the potential risk refers to a risk that is not present at the time, but it could occur at any moment. Is that the case? Yes, that is correct. The risk we had of seeing a health crisis was a tangible risk because waste was being accumulated in the landfill in the cities that can proliferate the presence of rats, and rats are vectors for leptospirosis. And we have seen cases of leptospirosis in the country. Aedes mosquitoes is a vector for an endemic disease. And what we wanted to do through this declaration is to avoid this situation to become more serious, and it could become very difficult to control. Thank you very much. And if we keep reading this emergency declaration in the second page, here the two ministers, health and environment, declare an environmental emergency for the Duquesa landfill. But let's read it. It says, single article, to declare an environmental emergency in the Duquesa landfill located in the municipality of Santo Domingo Norte due to the health problems appearing there and an imminent risk as a consequence of the inadequate handling of solid waste. Did I read correctly? Yes, you did. Dr. Lopez, this declaration of environmental and health emergency only applied to the Duquesa landfill and not in the rest of the Dominican Republic, as it states in that paragraph that you just read. This emergency was limited to the Duquesa landfill. And Dr. Lopez, this emergency declaration was not intended to cover any of the transporters of solid waste in the Santo Domingo Norte area. I don't know if it was addressed to anyone else apart from the areas covered by the document. And this emergency declaration was not addressed to any of the municipalities or the municipal councils that we saw in the report by the Health Ministry, which was identified as proof C90, right? That is correct. And this emergency declaration did not apply either to any other landfills of the more than 300 that we have in the DR. Right, that is correct. That emergency only applied to the Duquesa landfill as a consequence of the situation in the greater Santo Domingo area, which carried the potential risk of affecting a population of almost 4 million inhabitants. Thank you. And this declaration is a document of a page and a half, right? If we could see it in its entirety, yes, page 1 and page 2. Can you see it? Yes. I will repeat the question. This declaration is a page and a half document, right? Yes. So it's a brief document. It's not a very long document. Well, I don't know how many pages an emergency declaration should have, because since I'm not a lawyer, I do not know what the requirements for such a document is, but it does describe the situation in the area of Santo Domingo Norte, in the greater Santo Domingo, and that led the authorities to take those measures. But do you agree that this document is less than 2 pages? Yes, we can see that it's a page and a half document only. Thank you. Dr. Lopez, this declaration does not refer to scientific laboratory tests being performed in the solid waste that were dumped at the Duquesa landfill, right? It doesn't mention any tests, any chemical or biological tests, as you say. And it doesn't refer either to the reduction of the dumping schedule in that landfill. Is that the case? Yes. I think it doesn't mention it, but we could go over the document. Yes. Let's blow up the document a bit so you can read it. Can you see it? Is that large enough? Yes, I can see it.
En relación a su pregunta,
Regarding your question, it talks about administrative measures by the management of the landfill. It does not specify which administrative measures these are. And as we said before, it talks about the powers granted to the ministers who signed the declaration. So this declaration does not refer to the reduction of the schedule for the dumping of trash that had been happening in April 2017 at the Duquesa landfill, right? No, we can't interpret the document like that, but it does measure administrative measures taken by the management company. But you would agree that it does not mention the fact that the schedule in Duquesa had reduced from a certain number of hours to a lower number of hours at that time. It doesn't mention that. It only mentions administrative measures, but it doesn't go into that. Thank you, Dr. Lopez. And this declaration does not refer to any military defense issues at the DR, right? Could you repeat the question? Do you hear me now? Yes. And this declaration is not related to issues of military defense in the DR. Is that right? That is the case, yes. And it doesn't relate to any situation regarding serious economic problems in the DR, right? Now, this is a health emergency declaration. It has to do with collective health. And this declaration does not mention specific measures having to do with or which would have to be taken hour by hour, day by day, month by month in the Duquesa landfill. Is that the case? That is the case. It only refers to an environmental emergency at the Duquesa landfill. And it doesn't contain the phrase national security. It doesn't mention national security, right? That is the case. Do you know that this declaration was not issued as part of the national decree? Sorry, could you repeat the question? Yes. Sometimes it cuts out, but could you repeat it? I will repeat the question. Do you know that this declaration was not issued by means of a national decree, right? I do not know if it was issued as a decree, but if you allow me to clarify, it's important to note that some emergency declarations, such as the one we saw recently in the pandemic, these are signed by the President of the Republic, and that produces other implications. Compared to this emergency declaration, these two documents allow the two ministries to declare an emergency. If an emergency is decreed by the president, it has to be part of a national decree, but not this type of declaration. And you know that this declaration was not published in the National Gazette of the DR. I don't know if it was published in the official gazette of the country. Do you know if this declaration was transmitted to Lajun? I don't know. Do you agree with me at least that this declaration does not contain the instructions to notify Lajun? Could we see the entire declaration? Of course.
Doctora, ¿ya la vio?
Sí, ya la
Did you
pude
read
ver.
it? Yes. Let me repeat the question. Do you agree with me that this declaration does not have any indication that it should be notified? Yes, it doesn't include the word notify or please notify. And this declaration does not have any seals by the Lajun Corporation, right? That is right. It has two seals, as you can see in the screen right now. It has a seal from the Health Ministry and from the Environmental Ministry, which are the bodies that drafted this declaration. And it has no other seal indicating that it was received by Lajun, at least not in this page. And in the first page, let me show it to you right now. Do you see it? Yes. What we can see is a seal by the two ministries accompanied by initials, but it doesn't say whether it was submitted to the company. Thank you, Dr. Lopez. This declaration does not have a specific date of when this declaration would enter into force. Is that right? Yes, the date that you see here is the date of the declaration of the emergency, which was July 21, 2017. And this declaration does not have an expiration date, does it? That is the case. So this declaration is still in force today? As far as I know, it is in force today. Would you be so kind to explain who gave you that information? Of course. When we met to see how this process would develop, and when we were preparing my statement that we saw before, this was one of the issues raised. It was one of the details that they gave me for a general knowledge of the case. And who gave you this information? I think it was the counsel for the DR. When we were discussing the case, we touched upon the issue of the declaration, and this was informed to me. So if I understand correctly, the counsel for the DR was the source of this information. Yes, because as you just said, there's no article in document stating when this document will be in force, or until when. So this was why we discussed this issue, and that data was given to me. And if I understand correctly, you were given that information, but there was no proof that this declaration is still in force. That is right. This information was given to me, but there was no document indicating the period of time this declaration will be in force. And after the counsel for the DR gave you this information, did you confirm this information in the Ministry of Health or before the Presidential Commission, which you were a member of before? No, I didn't convalidate this information. Do you know that this declaration was issued 2 days after the municipality of Santo Domingo Norte notified Lajun that it was going to cancel the contract for the administration of the Duquesa landfill? I have no knowledge of those communications. Those communications are aspects which went beyond my functions at the Ministry of Health. Thank you.
Doctora, quisiera pasar ahora a otro documento.
Let me turn to another document, if I may, which has been identified as R18 in this arbitration. I will place it on the screen. Can you see it? Yes, I can. I'll go to the first page of that document.
Este documento contiene muchas
This
páginas.
document has many pages,
La prueba consiste de la política para la gestión
and
integral
it has to do with the policy for the comprehensive management of municipal solid waste drafted in May 2017, which is about 2 months before the emergency declaration that we just saw. Can you see it on the screen? Yes, we can see the cover of the document. And this policy was issued by the Environmental Ministry. Do you see that? Yes, I see it.
Señora Ramírez, disculpe que
Mrs. Ramirez, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have been going for about an hour and 25 in your cross-examination. I'd like to know if you have a lot more to go or if you're about to finish, because we are about to reach our time limit in this session. If you have the information, could you please let us know? Yes, of course, Mr. President. I think it would be about 45 minutes more or less, in this cross-examination. If you wish, we can stop here, or we can go on for a little bit, as you wish.
Muy breve, le pido por favor
We will go into a brief recess, and if you could please take the tribunal to the tribunal room. We're going to ask this of Alonso, and we will be back in a minute. I will start the breakout rooms, and you will tell us when to come back, Mr. President. Thank you.
No veo a los demandados.
I do not see the respondents. Oh, there they are. Okay. The tribunal addressed how to proceed because it's 2 minus 4 minutes in Washington, almost 8 o'clock here, and the tribunal decided to stop the cross-examination of the current witness, Dr. Evelyn Lopez, and to proceed tomorrow, early in the morning, 8 o'clock Washington, D.C. time. We do so not only because it was foreseen that the maximum number of hours in each session would end at 1 o'clock, but also because looking at the time available to each of the parties, it is more than enough. I think we can end with the time allotted for this hearing, and we are at a point where we are changing a bit the issue discussed in the cross-examination, which means that the right of counsel of the claimant to pose questions is not being affected. So we would continue tomorrow with the necessary breaks, and then we would go to the redirect and the questions by the tribunal, and immediately after that we would go into the other 2 witnesses we had available for tomorrow, who are Angel Cano and Socrates Perez in reverse order. This is what we are going to do. Obviously, Dr. Lopez knows, if not, I will tell her now, that her current situation is maintained until the end of the examination. That means that she cannot talk to anyone who is linked to this arbitration. So she's still in sequestration. Mr. President, I do not want to interrupt you, but I showed her the document on which I wanted to ask her some questions. I think it'll only take me about 5 minutes, and then we can conclude that issue. And tomorrow we would begin with another issue, if you agree. If you promise me, cross your heart, that I think it's a joint exercise. It depends on the witness and on me. Dr. Lopez has been very cooperative up to now, and we thank her for that.
I fully agree. Thank you. Go ahead then. Go ahead for these final questions. And as soon as you're done with this document, we will break for today. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Doctora López, como mencioné
Dr.
anteriormente,
Lopez, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to show you an exhibit which has been identified as R18. As I already said, this is the policy for integral municipal solid waste management. It's a document from May of 2017 of the Ministry of Environment.
Y quisiera pasar,
And
¿ya lo puede ver en pantalla?
can you see it? Yes, I see it. And I'd like to go to pages 29 and 30 of this document, which where it states as follows. Can you see it? I'm going to blow it up. Can you see it?
Sí, veo el
Yes.
documento y dos gráficas.
I see the document. I see two graphs. Below the two graphic elements, it says the following, and it continues on to the next page, and we'll show you that as well. Fine. According to the assessment, adequate waste management at the different landfills is practically non-existent. In more than 97% of the cases, the disposal of the waste is done in the open.
¿Puede ver la próxima página?
Sí, la puedo ver.
No hay cobertura regular ni
There is no regular covering or compacting, nor is there appropriate management of leachate, nor of the biogas generated. To manage the landfills, the local governments involved had only 83 pieces of heavy equipment, which is to say, mechanical shovels and bulldozers. It should be noted that this investigation revealed that at the Duquesa and Rafe landfills, where more than 50% of the waste generated in the country was deposited, there is a certain control in the management as there is frequent covering of the waste. Now, similarly, regarding Duquesa, the study performed in 2005 in the National District recognizes that although the landfill does not have an impermeable layer, nor an appropriate facility for treatment of leachates, efforts have been made in environmental protection efforts. The waste is covered by land. A record is kept of the waste deposited, and piping has been installed for the evacuation of the gases. Have I read it correctly thus far? Yes, you have. And doctor, if we look at the next paragraphs that are highlighted in yellow on that same page, it reads as follows. Of the 354 landfills identified, it was determined that at 140 of them, which is 39.5%, there were animals, cows, goats, sheep, and birds, which make it possible in turn for these animals to become vectors. Next are some photos where one can note the inadequate management of the country's locations where final disposal takes place. Have I read it correctly up to there? Yes, you have. And these vectors are the one, that's what you refer to in your statement when you speak of vectors, correct? Yes. Organisms, animals that can transmit infections. That is correct. And now I'll show you the photos that are on this page. Can you see them on the screen? Yes, I can. And there is a photo of the landfill at La Romana, August 2013. Do you see it? Yes, I can see it. And next to it is another photo which is of the landfill at Puerto Plata 2014. Can you see it? Yes, I can. And one more photo from the SFM landfill. Yes, I see it. San Francisco de Macorís, correct? Correct. Ma'am, are you aware whether at any of these other landfills an environmental and health emergency was declared, such as that which was declared at the Duquesa landfill? No, I don't, but it is good to add that, as we indicated earlier, the Duquesa landfill receives solid waste from approximately 4 million persons in Greater Santo Domingo. Right now, I cannot tell you how many people dump their garbage at San Francisco or Puerto Plata, but the management of the Duquesa landfill has an impact, or the poor or mismanagement of Duquesa has a much greater impact than the mismanagement of the other landfills because of the size. Thank you. And do you know whether at any of these other landfills, the Dominican state presented requests for injunctive measures to secure the control and administration thereof? No, I don't have information on that. As regards the various landfills nationwide, the information that I had as director of the office was that, well, these were, the information was contained in the reports put out monthly by the Ministry of Health. I didn't say this earlier, but in each province nationwide, there is a provincial health office that represents the Ministry of Health. They make periodic visits to landfills as well as healthcare establishments as part of their duties. Thank you. Had you seen this document previously? I had not seen this document. You hadn't seen it at the Ministry of Health or at the Presidential Commission? No.
Okay. ¿Y usted tenía conocimiento de las afirmaciones incluidas en este?
And were you aware of what is stated in this document? No. Well, I am familiar with the situation of the Duquesa landfill because of my experience throughout the crisis, but the information and specific data presented in the document that we were just looking at, I was not aware of. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. President, as I promised, I hope I've not gone beyond the 5 minutes, and I think this would be a great time to take the pause today, or to stop. Thank you very much. Perhaps I am going to take a liberty. I hope you don't take this improperly. Ms. Ramirez, with total respect and consideration for your excellent work as an attorney, perhaps we could talk a bit about the time. Perhaps we could save time. I understand that you are allowing the witness to see the document, but if it's just to corroborate what the document says, the document that is in the record and that we're all familiar with, it might be worthwhile and sometimes not. And so perhaps going beyond my function or duties as president, perhaps we could make better use of the time if we don't read all the documents paragraph by paragraph that are already in the record. Let's just go to the paragraph that we want to discuss, show the document, go to the paragraph, and then ask about that paragraph without referring to that. Having said this, and once again, I state this with all due respect and apologizing for making this observation, which I confess might be a bit out of place. Well, it applies to all, and to all of the cross-examinations that I hear through many hearings every year. And so we'll leave it at this. We'll see you tomorrow. And so tomorrow, 8 a.m. Washington, D.C., we will come back to Dr. Lopez. And I thank you so much for coming back before this tribunal tomorrow, providing a service that could be quite important for the decision that the tribunal has to make in this case. So I thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow. I hope you can rest, and see you tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Lopez. Thank you. Thank you.
Ciao.